866 Wayne's 1. In our ER discussion, we forgot Maura Tierney. She was on that show.
Which one was she?
No, she was the baby fat one, I thought.
Yeah, I thought that's who you were talking about.
You know that's what I liked. I think.
No, that was she was more of the plain looking one. The baby fat was the more of the bitchy one. I'd have to see the cast.
Are you baby fat or bitchy? Which one are you? That's more my speed, though, the bitchy.
Yeah. Laura Ennis was on there, too. She played a role on there.
I'm going to pull it up.
That was probably her.
I'm going to pull it. I'll find the one I like.
Maura Tierney's who you're talking about. I've always liked Maura Tierney.
The Bend It Like Beckham girl, the Indian girl, was on there, too, right?
Oh, I don't remember that.
Was she really?
Yeah.
Bend It Like Beckham was years after that.
Yeah, but she had to start somewhere. I think she started on ER.
Okay. When we come back, that and what Auburn fans are saying about the exit of Derek Mason today. We'll wrap up the show on TNR next.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where 2 slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement. After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckbe couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckbe has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckbe store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckbe.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
First time ever, Auburn will be the number 1 AP basketball team in the country today in 2 hours. That is falling into place after their win over number 12 Kentucky over the weekend in a great setting down at Auburn Arena. We'll get into that post-game reaction from the players and Bruce Pearl coming up. Alabama hits another home run in the portal. We'll get into that coming up. Tom Luginbill joins us at 9:25 to talk about that and the portal success of USC with Shane Lee going out there. Also, Gary Parrish, who is on the sidelines for Auburn's win over Kentucky, will be with us at 11. Will we start with what was the most dramatic, exciting, and fantastic weekend in NFL playoff history? 4 games that all had walk-offs, all 4 of them. And we'll start with just on the show, congratulations to your Rams. Heartbreak for my Buccaneers, ending an era there as Tom Brady likely rides off into the sunset and they break up that team with the salary cap. I can't remember the last time I cried over a sporting event. I literally cried in that game. It was a heartbreaking loss to come back. And I texted you, I said, I felt I was okay with it when it was 27-3 and we were getting blown out. I'd come to terms. The Rams were the better team. We were beaten up, hurt, and we had a great run. But then to come back and tie it and lose it like that, heartbreak.
Yeah, I can't. This is going to sound really weird. I didn't enjoy the game at all. It really was.
You had to enjoy it at 27-3.
No, I did. Yeah. So at 27-3, I was having a great time with it. Able to sit a little bit because I'm on my feet the entire time. But the way that thing unfolded and just some of the monumental mistakes the Rams were making, and then the Buccaneers were able to capitalize on those, and it just got that feel. And after the snap went over Stafford's head, that immediately registered the Rams are going to lose this game. And so I was completely miserable.
I couldn't believe that, really.
I didn't, and I know we'll get into all of these mistakes and the back and forth. And I'm sure for people that had nothing invested, no Bucs fans, no Rams fans, that was a very enjoyable, fun game to watch the way it unfolded down the stretch. And I'm trying to think of, I thought of the comeback for an Alabama fan maybe, if they were able to blow that lead and somehow win that game. How miserable that might be for an Alabama fan. I can't think of another situation where a 27-3 lead was blown, but you still find a way to win the game. Maybe you guys can give me an example.
Oh, boy. I really can't, Lance.
Because I've racked in my brain, but all I can say is that I really legitimately never got to enjoy the win. The roommate told me, late last night we were watching the highlights, and I finally, in retrospect, got to sit back and relax and enjoy the highlights and let it sink in a little bit. But it was more relief, literally on the floor after Matt Gay hits the 30-yarder. It just never really got to celebrate. It was miserable, and I know that's pathetic, but I did not enjoy that game at all. And I'm glad the after effect, and now that this week leads up in the extension of life for your team and going into an NFC Championship game. But the way that game unfolded the second half, it was completely awful to watch as a fan.
So an AAU fan asked, what would a sponsor have to pony up to get LT live streamed watching a game?
You wouldn't want to watch it.
I don't think you would either. I've seen it.
I only saw it for a brief moment, heard a little bit of it. It would be hard, and we had a lot of that, Brown.
It'd be a mature audience.
I wish we were able to see Dunaway and LT watching these games. Usually, I'm pretty boring watching a game. I'll even go out. I'm glad I was not out yesterday watching it. I'm usually pretty boring. This guy really gets into it, but I got into it in the Super Bowl last year, and then I was into it on Sunday because of the comeback. And when they tied it up, that's when I started crying when Fournette scored a touchdown. They were happy tears to start with, and then they were tears of sadness. But I literally I've never uncontrollably cried like that before over a sporting event. It was emotional.
My basement, I looked at the temperature, and it was 64 yesterday. And
very comfortable.
Well, I had hoodie on, I had toboggan, I had a lot of blankets and stuff walking around. So, but I couldn't tell if I was shaking because of what was literally going on in the game or because it was cold. I couldn't figure that out yesterday.
Did you break something?
No, and I was going to tell you guys this. It's funny because, again, the roommate told me this. She was like, I was the one being vocal, her being vocal. She was like, it scared me because I was watching you. You didn't seem right, and you were quiet. Now, there were a couple of outbursts. The
right.
snap over the head, I completely lost my shit. I ain't going to lie to you on that. But as far as, like, hitting anything, throwing anything, some of the outbursts that you guys saw in the San Francisco game, I didn't have a lot of that. And maybe it was just because I was so in shock. I mean, in the NFL, we saw it, and they brought up, and I think they kind of joked about it. Tom Brady's been here before. The GOAT was able to do it in Super Bowl 28-3. But 27-3, the way the Rams were playing, the
pass rush, there was no protection.
There was no protection. There was your secondary just could not cover Rams receivers. The way that game was unfolding, there was, unless the Rams gave it away, and then some of those, if you were to tell me the Rams had 4 turnovers, Matt Stafford didn't have any of them, that's nearly impossible for a running back to have 2 fumbles in a game. For Cooper Kupp, who had over 130 touches and didn't have a fumble, to have that snap, the miscommunication when you just got a turnover that basically sealed the game. It really did, because you're in field goal range. You go up 17. And for Matt Gay to miss a field goal at 47 yards when it looked spot on, I don't know about you guys. I did this. Yeah. I jinxed myself. I was like, we hit it.
You called it good.
And then they were like, it's
short. How was he that short for 47?
He got gimped up in the in pregame. And so that was what made me nervous about the kick to begin with. But it looked like he
looked good all the way.
Yeah.
Like, anyway, I was surprised when they came out waving it off. I said, whoa, that didn't get there? It's 47 yards.
Yeah,
NFL kicker?
I get one that was it a delay of game? What are they waving off there?
Yeah, like your 47-yarder in the NFL, if you see it start out online, you're like, well, that's
automatic.
Yeah.
Right? Automatic.
It really was. So it was a weird sequence of events that led Tampa to tie that up. But you guys will give me, typically when you have Tom Brady on your side, you come back from 24 down, you tie the game up with 42 seconds left at home, that game is over. I give McVay a lot of credit. I gave Stafford a lot of credit. Got to discredit what you guys were doing defensively. But, for them to get in the situation to kick the game-winning field goal, it was a ride of emotions, completely exhausted. And then to watch the game following, and thank God the Rams won because, and this is going to be a baby in me, taking my ball and going home, I probably wouldn't have watched Buffalo, Kansas City, because I was going to be so depressed. But that game, just as a viewer, and I did have Kansas City minus the 2, was even more exhausting than Tampa and LA.
It wore me out.
Yeah, that was a fantastic game, maybe the greatest game in NFL history. We'll talk about that. Hall and Oates over there says, I've been an Alabama fan since '86, never cried after a loss. I'm usually so mad that tears won't come after a loss. I'm usually working on a football Saturday. So on college football, like kick six, cam back, the loss at Texas A&M, those things, I can't cry, I can't get emotional because I'm working, right? I'm not into it on the sidelines like I am if I'm watching at home. The closest to crying that I've come as an Alabama fan, I told this to Brown earlier.
Everybody get prepared for this. I just want you guys to make sure you're paying attention. Don't just.
And Hall and Oates is going to laugh at me here.
He won't be the only one. It's
when Patrick Murphy and the girl got thrown out at the College World Series Alabama was coming back, and she got thrown out at third base. If they just hold her up there at second, I think the rally continues on there. But
no, it's emotional. That was
how bad were you in the Notebook the first time you saw it?
I get so into something that I get really emotional. So I was so into it yesterday. So my wife walked upstairs into the little nook that's my sports room while we rent this townhome. And she says, "Are you okay?" And I said, I was crying out of happiness at that point. And I said, yeah, we just need to make this extra point. And then I was praying to God that the defense held them out of field goal range and we could go to overtime.
God was apparently a Rams fan.
God was wearing blue and gold. God was standing between the DB and Cooper Kupp running down the field. And then all of a sudden, I'm crying sadness, and she comes upstairs, and she's not a sports fan. So what is the worst thing you can do when you're not a sports fan to someone who is upset now their team's just lost?
Yeah.
She was
trying to console them.
Trying to console me.
Did you pay the gas bill?
She comes walking up the stairs, and I was.
Are you going to get us dinner tonight?
She comes walking up the stairs, and I just gave her the hand, and I just said, "Please don't.
Yeah.
Please don't."
Yeah,
I think
I don't know
because
about
there's
you,
nothing
Brown.
you can say at that point.
As a fan, and I told this to Dunaway when he texted me after the game, and I'll say that the amount of text, I got more text yesterday after the game when I picked up my phone than I had gotten when the Rams beat the Saints to go to the Super Bowl. And so I responded to all the texts, and it took like 20 minutes to do it. And then I shut my phone off because I had the kids coming over.
Right.
And I cut it off for a little bit. But then I got Dunaway's text, and I told him I would much rather lose a game by 3 or 4 touchdowns than come back and lose a game the way they lost it. And to even I would just rather get blown out. I can take losing a game back and forth, too, a great game. Like, the Bills-Chiefs, whoever lost that game, at least it was a back-and-forth game.
Yeah, you feel like you gave everything and you did all you could do.
Yeah, to lose, if the Rams would have lost that game, I really, just as a fan, to have to wait until August for them to get back out on the field in preseason games, it was going to be really tough. Like, if we lose to San Francisco for a 7th consecutive time, as long as it's a normal loss, I'll be able to handle that. That was going to be really, really difficult.
Oh, gosh, I don't know how you stomach it.
It was going to be hard for you.
Yeah.
It's hard for me on the fact because, and that's why I wore this T-shirt today.
Yeah, people are asking what's on the shirt. So
I don't know if Forrester.
Yeah, so this
Looks
is
like
Dunaway.
Gronk spooning Tom Brady.
Yeah, it is Tom Brady. Is that Gronk, Dunaway? Yeah. It is Gronk and Tom Brady.
Gronk's carrying him off the celebration boat at the Super Bowl
Party
boat
last year,
parade
yeah.
last year, where Brady got drunk, threw the trophy. And this is the snapshot of Gronk helping him off, drunk Brady off the boat. And I got this T-shirt and many T-shirts I got last year because the party's over for the Buccaneers. If you're not paying attention, Brady likely to retire, salary cap issues, the team breaks up. So not only was it a loss yesterday, it was the end of the long 2-year Tom Brady era in Tampa. And listen, it's not the same relationship as my friends who are Patriots fan have with Tom Brady, but it was a great 2 years. I mean, we've won from being 7-5 last year. Tampa Bay has won 24 of their last 28 games.
Well, you got 24 unrestricted free agents.
Well, 11 of the starting 22. I was looking at it right here from Joey Knight, who covers the team for the Tampa Bay Times, including O.J. Howard, Leonard Fournette, Sue, Golston, Jason Pierre-Paul, Carlton Davis from Auburn, Whitehead.
A couple of them I could let go.
Winfield's still there, the guy that let Cooper Kupp run.
I like Winfield.
He let Cooper Kupp run right by him with the game on the line, by the way.
I've said for a couple of years we may have too many Auburn corners.
I mean, let him run.
Well, hey, it was bad in state corners yesterday. Darius Williams, number 11 for the Rams, was awful
He got
yesterday.
eaten alive. I mean, freaking Jalen Ramsey had to say, I got this.
Yeah,
you get back over there.
But then he didn't.
That's right.
Yeah, and then
He gets
Jalen,
beat for a
you
touchdown.
don't see him get torched again. It was just a weird weekend. But we went from wild card, 6 games, only 2 decided by 1 possession, to every game being amazing.
Incredible.
Even that low-scoring San Francisco Green Bay game.
Yeah, let's talk about the other games here after Brownie tells us about the great folks at Wayne's, and we'll get rolling here with the rest of the NFL now that we've put our personal baggage out there. You didn't break anything, and I cried like a baby as my Buccaneers now break up and we go back to being random mid-tier Mississippi school in the NFL.
I told you, what if you get Aaron Rodgers, though? What if you get Aaron Rodgers?
Listen, this team was so good before Brady got there. They just needed a quarterback.
Well, Aaron Rodgers is a good quarterback.
He is, but the team's got to break up.
Yeah, does
now.
Aaron Rodgers care, though?
Yeah.
And walking off the field, this
You don't
with
like
that
that
greasy
guy? No,
mullet.
it was love.
That was
It was
outside of
love.
the Rams winning. My best of the weekend was Aaron Rodgers a loser.
Watching the greasy
But
mullet
he's doing
lose?
this. He was doing love. It was a love song.
Okay,
It's
well.
love.
Hey,
I love you guys. Love you guys.
Listen, Smart Pest is what combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Your crawl spaces, your attics, you don't want to get up there looking for rodents. Let Wayne's do it for you. They monitor it 24/7, and then it proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Get it at Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. You can also get $60 off your initial Smart Pest service by using our code TNR, the next round TNR. That helps us, and it helps you. 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. Use the code TNR.
Listen, AU Chase says good news is, as a Bucs fan, tanking for Bryce Young may not require much effort now. That's true.
That is true.
That's true.
You got Kyle Trask on that roster.
Got Kyle Trask on that roster. Blaine Gabbert, right? He's there.
I don't know where Blaine will be next year. It will be interesting to see both Tampa. And I've got it coming up in 3 and out. Tampa and also Green Bay situation. How different these teams look without those quarterbacks, if that is in case.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. All right, the other games. Let's just go in reverse order. Let's go back to the first game on Saturday. How in the heck do you get sacked an NFL playoff record 9 times and still win the football game. That's what Joe Burrow survived to win that game.
You do know it has not happened in the regular postseason since 2000. 21 years since the quarterback's been sacked 9 times and actually won the game. It had never happened in the postseason until Saturday. The answer is when Ryan Tannehill's the other quarterback. And listen, guys, I watched him with the Dolphins, and I tried to tell people the guy can look really good. And not that the Dolphins played a ton of games with all the chips down. We didn't have a lot of meaningful games with Ryan Tannehill. But in meaningful games, this is Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah. He reminds me of Jared Goff a little bit because Jared Goff could have some great games.
Yep.
You know, those 300-plus games and throw some complete dimes.
Enough to bait you in and think, I think we could win the Super Bowl with this guy.
But then in tight moments, man, the turnovers, and not all were Tannehill's fault, but, you know, there was a moment, an A.J. Brown throw over the middle where a safety slipped. That would have been another pick.
Yeah.
Tannehill was awful, and that's how you survive it because a sack, you guys will give me, is basically a punt. You get behind the sticks in the NFL, you're pretty much punting.
That's 9 punts.
Yeah, that's 9 possessions you lost. But when you throw 3 picks, it's hard to overcome. I mean, that was a weird game, man. Cincinnati's offensive line looked awful. I don't know how you get that right for next week.
I could not respect Joe Burrow more than I do coming out of that game.
Oh, my goodness.
That guy took an absolute beating and just made play after play after play.
Yep, he absolutely did. And I tell you, the kid from Fort Payne. I mean,
Evan McPherson.
Yeah. Oh my gosh! I mean, just ice water in his veins, man, all year long.
I mean, that whole game's on him. He knows it.
He's hit 15 of his last 16 kicks.
Yeah. And not all of them are chippies either.
No, 250 plus.
Did you see the story where he walked past Joe Burrow before he kicked it?
Yeah, did a warm-up kick.
Said, "All right, boys, we're going to the AFC Championship game." I mean, you want to talk about confidence.
Well, that's what's crazy is, you know, when you look at all they've got, Jamar Chase, who, by the way, Vrabel said, we're shutting him down. He still goes over 100 yards.
Biggest catch of the game.
Yep.
But T. Higgins was wide open, had a couple of drops. But, you know, when you've got T. Higgins and Jamar Chase and Joe Mixon and obviously Burrow and then McPherson, when you have a clutch killer kicker like that, I mean, this Cincinnati team, if you can get that offensive line right and the back end of that secondary, they're going to be around for a long time.
I'm about to say something strange. I think having Derrick Henry back might have hurt them a little bit, Tennessee. Because Deontay Foreman was the better running back Saturday. And it was like, we got Henry back, we got to use him. But Foreman was more effective.
Foreman had the explosion, and I don't think Henry had it. I mean, it's tough when you haven't played since Halloween.
I'm not blaming Henry.
To be able to come in and to make that kind of an impact.
I'm just saying at some point, it felt like you were giving it to Henry just because Henry was back, but it also felt like Foreman was the better of the two backs.
49ers upset the Packers on Saturday night, and in that game, no offensive touchdowns for the 49ers.
That's incredible.
And they beat Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers.
Well, you know, with 4:41 left, you just, you know, when they're about to punt, you're like, I don't know how you're going to be able to manufacture any offense with Jimmy G here. And Jimmy G threw good passes early. The drop from Kittle is just, you know, Kittle makes an incredible catch, you know, two drives later, 2 possessions later, and just drops one over the middle that would have led to points. Robbie Gould at least a field goal there. But the Jordan Willis block punt. And then, you know, Green Bay, there was just something. They weren't really aggressive. It's tough to be aggressive in those conditions. Those conditions typically don't bother Aaron Rodgers. They took the one shot on 3rd down deep to Devontae Adams, but I just didn't like the game plan from Green Bay at all.
Buddy, I tell you whose game plan I did like is D'Amico Ryan's.
Oh, my gosh.
That was his masterpiece.
Well, you think about next week in the matchup between D'Amico and Sean McVay, that's going to be fun to watch because D'Amico is becoming a superstar in this league.
He's already interviewed now for the Vikings opening. I don't know if he'll get one this year. But, buddy, he was spectacular Saturday night with his team with no offense. He had no offense to fall back on, playing one of the best quarterbacks of our generation on the road.
Well, think about it. They went right down and got 7.
Oh, no.
And I'm sitting there, you know, I've got San Francisco. I played on money line. And I was like, because I thought they matched up extremely well with Green Bay. But when it was 7-0, I was like, my God, this is going to be a blowout.
It's 7-0.
And they made it look easy.
Yeah, it's 7-0. They go, and then San Francisco goes 3 and out, of course, punts it right back to them in great field position. And I'm like, this game's about to be over.
Well,
this could be a dud. And they fumble.
I don't know what you guys thought, though, when Garoppolo threw the pick basically to end the first half. And Green Bay's going to run the clock out.
I know.
And then Shanahan's taking timeout. So I'm like, don't play with fire here.
Yep.
And then, you know, the busted coverage to Aaron Jones. And then you were fortunate to get the blocked field goal there. But
that's what
I thought, Kyle, you don't give extra possessions to Green Bay.
Yeah, with Aaron Rodgers over there, you take that to the locker room. And you know what you say? Thank God we're only down 7-0.
7-0, and we're getting the ball.
We've done nothing at Green Bay, and we're down 7-0.
D'Amico Ryan's fantastic, as you said, with his defense. The special teams wins it with a block punt for the only touchdown, and the 49ers now meet the Rams. We talked about the Rams and Bucks. And then there was last night, the greatest final 2 minutes, the greatest game maybe in NFL history. It reminded me a lot when I was a kid. There was a game, playoff game, I believe.
San Diego, Miami.
Chargers and Dolphins in Miami. Where they had to carry Kellen Winslow off the field, a hook and ladder with the great Tony Nathan of Alabama. That was a great, fantastic game. For some reason, I want to say it was on Christmas Day, day after Christmas. So the playoffs used to start earlier, apparently. Just a fantastic game. That's what that reminded me of. And it just wouldn't stop. That game wouldn't stop. When I thought the Bills had won it, the Chiefs come back, and then we get to overtime. And again, the NFL shows you the worst overtime in the history that the Bills don't even get a chance to touch
I know
the ball.
we can discuss that in a little bit. I think what is funny, Brennan, I'll let you get to your point, is to me that is one of the best games I've ever seen. But so many people say, man, shootouts, you got to have some defense in there. And I love the fact when people say that, but now people are saying it's the greatest game ever. There was no defense in that game.
There was none. But boy, was it exciting. It would have killed me as a fan, but as a somewhat neutral viewer, it was exciting. I will ask you which one's more amazing. The fact that if I heard this right, Patrick Mahomes had 177 pass yards after the 2-minute warning.
He did.
After the 2-minute warning.
That's incredible.
Nance delivered that perfectly.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes tonight with 177 passing yards after the 2-minute warning.
Or the Chiefs' entire scoring drive at the end of regulation took less time than Dak Prescott's run at the end of that game.
How about that? Less than 14 seconds.
Which one is more incredible to you?
The exact numbers, final 2 minutes of regulation overtime, Mahomes 10 of 13, 188, 2 touchdowns.
I mean, that's impossible to do.
It really
is. That is impossible to do.
But this shows you the difference. You know, people that said, hey, the Cowboys can win a Super Bowl, you know, their 2-minute offense a little different than these 2-minute offenses. Yeah. And Josh Allen has gotten so good. And both of these quarterbacks to be under the age of 27.
That's
and
incredible.
I think Clay, and I'm sure some other people tweeted this, but I think I saw it from Clay Travis. This might be the new generation's Tom Brady and Peyton Manning.
Yeah. Well,
this matchup that we're going to see.
I can't stand the Bills and I can't stand Josh Allen, but sign me up. That was fun to watch.
Well, I mean, it's now back-to-back years that the Bills
they can't get past the Chiefs.
They can't get past the Chiefs, and that's heartbreak for the Bills fans out there.
And I don't know about you guys. Like, I liked the Chiefs yesterday, just the spot they were in, but I feel like the Bills are the better team.
I kind of agree. Yeah, they feel a little more complete.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Their defense.
Kansas City's I just thought.
Which defense?
I mean, you've got to sooner or later, if you're Kansas City, I mean, you've got that 5-point lead. I mean, Gabriel Davis is completely scorching you, and you just don't even account for the guy.
Yeah.
Well,
no Honey
Matthew out.
Yeah, no Honey Badger.
That was
that
huge.
did hurt. That did hurt.
That hurt them from the get-go. All right, so that is the NFL in a nutshell. We'll get back to that in best and worst of the weekend. But
can I throw a shocker up real quick? Somebody said they wanted to know my drink count from yesterday. 0.
How about that? We applaud. 0. Whoa. 0.
Now, this is going to be sad. I did have 5 Bud Zeros.
Bud Zeros.
5 non-alcoholic. But I'm going back-to-back weeks with Rams. Rams
January.
Game. I told you guys last week was the first Rams game I've seen in 30 years without a drink.
Yep.
So I've gone back-to-back weeks. And
It's
the Rams
working for you.
both.
It's working for you.
Yeah.
Keep going.
So we will go NFC Championship drink-free.
Yeah, we always recommend the Budweiser Zero from our friends at Bud Light.
Only 50 calories.
It's perfect, 50 calories. If you're watching that waistline,
I
Brown.
know that's going to shock people more than some of the other things.
I had 0 as well. 0 for me.
Yeah.
As well.
Did you go 0 yesterday?
Absolutely.
Rockstar 0.
I had a bunch of water yesterday. How about that?
Wow. We had no alcohol as a team yesterday. That's amazing.
Who's the guy from Huntsville who always
roommate was
JD. Alcohol-free Sunday
right.
for us. You didn't think we could do it. Now, we gambled our ass off, but no alcohol.
Now, was Pastor Maggie, was she getting after it because the roommate was?
Pastor Maggie had a glass of wine after an Old Testament sermon, so she dropped it in there yesterday. When she walked out, she only poured the wine after she walked upstairs, and I gave her the hand.
Paul wants to know who my sponsor is. We're working on that,
Sean
Paul.
McVay right now.
It was almost Leonard Fournette. That's who. Do you get a chip after one weekend?
I don't know. I just my daughter asked me last night when they came over for dinner, and she was like, "You're getting a Rams tattoo if they win 2 more games." I'm like, "I can't get a Rams tattoo," and she was like, "You told us you would get a Rams tattoo."
Come on,
Oh, let's
do it.
I can't get a tattoo.
It's good content.
Oh yeah, for y'all.
I mean, you want to take me to some gym and watch me box. You getting a tattoo would get a lot more.
You're not going to
views.
be like boxing, and you're not getting in a ring with somebody. It's a
know.
cardio workout.
I don't know what you have planned for me, my friend. All right. Hey, there's an ideal, Rockstar. In the Next Round store, nextround.store, sobriety chips. with the Next Round logo on it.
Jeez, my God.
Yeah, I don't think I did.
Why? One week.
What about defibrillators? Next round defibrillators.
We can put the logo on anything.
A toe tag? You want to sell toe tag with our TNR on it?
Hi, he's a listener. All right.
Another dead listener. Killed another one.
All right, part of the show being brought to you by our great friends at Nichols Outfitters. To get dressed for the winter, what's left of it, or when spring and summer rolls around your outside, Nichols is the place.
They are also home to the state's best botanical team, largest firearm showroom. Nichols Outfitters has the inventory and expertise to get you just what you're looking for in hunting season. Off exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com. ESPN's Tom Luginbill is next.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
All right, two big things away from the NFL, and we appreciate over 100 messages in the Farmfolio chat room in the first half of the first segment today. You guys flying in there. We appreciate all of you with your comments there. Auburn will be the number one team in the country for the first time ever at 11 o'clock. We know that partly because the guy who kept them from being number one last week has already tweeted today that they are going to have a memorable day, which means he's put them way up. There's his tweet from Jesse Newell.
Poor Jesse, man. That guy got hammered. Battered.
I wish that I had Jesse's vote. Congrats to Auburn. Good win, good week.
How long has that been in the pocket?
Seems like you'll have a memorable Monday, which means he's got him way up there. Way to go, Jesse. So Auburn will be number one. And as we bring in Tom Luginbill, the other big thing, Brownie, was Alabama into the portal, getting Jermaine Burton. Now you add a DB in Eli Ricks, a running back in Jahmyr Gibbs, and now a wide receiver in Jermaine Burton. Pretty good role in the portal for the man, Nick Saban.
It is. ESPN's Tom Luginbill joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Luginbill joins us by Johnston RV Center's neighbor, Jack's Western Wear, and Western and Outdoor Wear right there in Coleman, just off exit 304. Luke's, what is up? How are you?
I am doing good, guys. Not to get off topic, but have you guys ever experienced a 48-hour period of such great football in your entire life?
No. Not at all. Not at all. And
me neither.
You know, the Dunaway's a Bucs fan. Lance is a Rams fan, so I've had to listen to a lot of this. As you said after that game, always stay deeper than the deepest. And that seems like football 101. How do you let Cooper Kupp run past you in that situation?
Well, it looked like there was a miscommunication on the back end where the safety wasn't quite sure that was the call, so he doesn't retreat. And I think personally, he and the opposite safety that were standing behind when they brought the pressure off the edge, they were supposed to what's called bracket coverage, which means they were going to play in and out. So you had the outside receiver in the slot, Cooper Kupp, and they should just be staying deep. And if one cuts in, one safety takes them, one cuts out, one safety takes them. But the middle safety, though, when you're in that, you can't be peeking at the quarterback. I mean, the last thing you can do is peek at the quarterback and stop your feet. And it just looked like it was bungled for the get-go. I don't think it was necessarily a bad decision for them to bring a 4 or 5 man pressure there. You just can't screw up the communication on the back end. You really can't.
Just great quarterback play yesterday, and loved it for Matt Stafford. But I was going to ask you about the Chiefs and Buffalo. When you've got two quarterbacks that are under the age of 27, and Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen, and guys that you watched and scouted, and they didn't win big games in college. I mean, Pat Mahomes, didn't really have winning records under Cliff Kingsbury at Texas Tech. Josh Allen, we saw him in, one big game against Iowa. He looked awful. Did you have any idea these guys would be this good?
I don't think anybody did, if anybody's, being honest. I had Patrick Mahomes, our broadcast crew had them twice. And you're right. They were a mediocre team. They were a terrible defensive football team. So he did everything they could just to keep them hovering around 500. And the thing that's crazy about Josh Allen is I think what everybody was banking on with Josh Allen was the physical attributes being so impressive, and the fact that if you go all the way back to high school, every time that guy was doubted, he had to overcome and prove his worth, which he did each and every step of the way. But while he was doing it, he was also injured a lot, and he turned the ball over a lot. So, there's a lot of risk to that. And, credit the Bills for sticking by him and believing in Josh Allen and seeing something that maybe some others were doubting that they didn't worry about one bit. And then, Patrick Mahomes, guys, you watch that game, you can't coach some of the things he's doing. I mean, look at those arm angles and look at his ability to ensure that a ball doesn't get batted down at the line of scrimmage. Or, we're talking about 0.05% of our population. There's like 3 people on the planet that could make some of the throws that he was making yesterday. And I'll tell you, the thing that stands out more than anything else, and I credit Andy Reid with really starting this, but all of these guys that are system guys have set their ego aside, have realized that, you know what, we can't take college quarterbacks and ask them to be in a pro-style set or ask them to be in a West Coast set. We've got to start doing what they do. And if you notice when you watch the Bills or you watch the Chiefs, if you remove the logos and the uniforms, you'd think you were watching a college team. I mean, that's what they look like. They look like college offenses. And I think that's why you're seeing these quarterbacks flourish, because they're not trying to stick a square peg into a round hole.
Tom Luginbill on the Johnston RV Center.com hotline. So what's Alabama getting in Jermaine Burton? Does he have the potential to be Jamison Williams impact-wise in the portal?
I don't think he's that fast and explosive. He's a little bit more of a physically stout guy. I do think that he is an upgrade to their overall roster at the receiver position. And you guys have heard me say this before when it comes to the transfer portal. If you're going to be in the transfer portal, then in Alabama, a team like in Alabama is going to be interested in you. You have to be an upgrade. Like, you have to have enough that the staff feels convinced that you're as good, if not better, than what they're currently playing with, because otherwise, what's the use? Just go recruit the high school level. So I think that's the one thing that I've become kind of impressed with, whether it's Burton, whether it's Jamison Williams, whether it was Henry To'o. I think Jahmyr Gibbs has got a chance to be a Josh Jacobs type of guy. Is Alabama's done a really good job of doing their homework on these guys. Because the other thing, too, in all of this, it's not just about getting better athletically, but you cannot risk your culture. You have to do your homework. You got to find out, why is that guy in the portal? What type of guy are we getting? Is he going to be a locker room killer? Is he going to be a coach killer? And that's where I think Alabama's done a really nice job.
So, Luginbill, two-part question here. What was the bigger pickup in the portal for Alabama? Is it Burton, Gibbs, or Ricks? And the second part, why would Burton leave Georgia when he knows he's going to be in the mix and he just won a national championship?
It's a great question. I don't know if it revolves more around maybe Alabama being a little bit more dynamic at quarterback, maybe Alabama being a little bit more willing to create like explosive opportunities, just because I think of what the quarterback brings, especially if plays are breaking down, some of the tempo stuff. I think that there's some things that Alabama is maybe doing schematically in their offense that maybe he didn't feel like they were going to be willing to do at Georgia. That's just, again, a guess and an answer to a question you asked, because aside from that, you know, you can't sit there and say, well, I want to win a national championship. You just won a national championship. So there's got to be some more personal reasons as it relates to the growth and development in the offense that you think might help maybe enhance your NFL opportunities. It's really the only thing that I can think of.
Luginbill is presented each week by Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, exit 304 in Coleman. When you're Auburn and you make a coordinator change at this point, you watch a ton of football. I'm not going to pretend like you know the Jeff Schmedding breakdown. I mean, you've probably watched some of his games, but he's far from a household name. But it's obvious that Derek Mason and Brian Harsin weren't on the same page, and Harsin goes to a guy he's more comfortable with. What does that do for Brian Harsin and for Auburn?
Well, if there's a comfort level within your staff that you didn't have previously, it's going to allow you to feel more confident that as a head coach, if you've got to step away or you're not going to always be in the room, that you feel like you're philosophically aligned with your coordinator. And if that's something that Brian Harsin did not feel from the get-go was the case, regardless of what type of coach Derek Mason is, you could have personality differences. You know, you could have philosophical differences that maybe don't manifest themselves until you start getting into the staff room, you start getting into spring football, and you start getting into practice plans. And now you kind of get a better feel working day in, day out with a guy that, hey, maybe this isn't quite the right fit. So I do think comfort, convenience, being aligned philosophically and from an approach is a big deal. And if that's something that was that big a deal for Brian Harsin as the head coach, he's got to do, listen, that's a program that's got a lot of fixing up to do right now. And so he's got to do everything he feels he can do to put them in a position to start making some strides and showing some improvement.
My goodness, USC. Shane Lee, Alabama linebacker last night. Travis Dye, Oregon running back.
Yeah.
Already had Mario Williams, linebacker. Romella Height from Auburn. The vacancy sign is open in L.A. We expect Caleb Williams at some point. Can it change the face of USC football in 1 year like it did for Michigan State?
Not until you start reeling off names that play in the offensive line and the defensive line. So far, you haven't. And that is the problem right now at USC. They are so below average up front on both sides of the ball. It's staggering. And when I say it's staggering, I'm saying, I grew up on the West Coast. I remember my dad coached in the Pac-8 and the Pac-10. And when you grew up and you're watching West Coast football and you're watching USC was in a different class up front on both sides of the ball, and that is no longer the case. So we can talk all we want about adding receivers or adding a linebacker or, adding a corner. But to me, it's all about the front people. Now, are they improving their roster? Absolutely. Are they getting some better players? In a Mario Williams? Absolutely. But I don't think that's where the focus needs to be. The focus has to be up front for SC. And the problem is there's no kids out west at the high school level that are difference makers. And I think what Lincoln Riley's going to have to do, if he wants to make them a college football playoff contender, he's going to have to go national in recruiting offensive and defensive linemen, because right now the West Coast doesn't have them, and that kind of puts them behind the eight ball. No matter how many different players they get at skill spots or at quarterback, they got to get better up front.
Before you go, can't remember, are you an Ozark guy or not?
Oh, yeah. I just finished episode 5 last night, so exciting. I know season 3 of Servant just got launched on Apple, so I got to get back into that a little bit. There's some good stuff. Streaming right now.
We'll get a letter grade on the first part of season 4 from you when you finish all 7 episodes. We'll get that next week.
Awesome. Sounds good, guys.
All right. Thank you, Lugs. Have a great week.
All right, boys. Take care. You too.
All right. See you. ESPN's Tom Luginbill on the Johnston RV Center.com hotline. He joins us each week, courtesy of Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, exit 304 and Coleman. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear brings you Tom Luginbill.
Hey, remember the Mystery Fifth Hour podcast is up, the first one for the new year. Let's do this. As soon as we're all finished with the 7 episodes of this half of Ozark, let's do a special Mystery Fifth Hour Ozark.
Yeah,
edition.
We'll just Ozark review.
Yeah,
it won't interrupt our schedule. We'll keep doing the normal ones. But for those of you that like Ozark, we'll give you some.
I watched one late Friday night and 2 late Saturday night, so I'm 3 in.
I'm 1 in. I got caught up in football after that and didn't.
Brown's done. Are you
I'm
done?
all 7.
We did 2 on Friday night. I was like, we can't do any. I want to pace myself. I don't want to watch all 7 in one sitting.
I said the same thing, and I watched basically 2 per sitting, and then threw in another one. I get addicted. And
I'll
can't
watch
stop.
2 tonight.
Yeah. I'll watch 2 today, and there's 7. That'll get me to 3. I'll watch 2 every day, and then I'll be done by
the
Thursday.
end of the week. I think we'll be able to do this, unless Rocky's. I know I'll be done.
Well, I'll try to pace myself, but if we could do 2 a night, when are we going to record it then?
I don't know, but there'll be spoilers on it. But we'll give you the spoiler warning, obviously.
That's right.
Yeah, I just wouldn't listen if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, you'll need to have seen all 7 to
Just
listen.
go back and listen. It'll be there forever. Just go back and listen when you're done.
That's right.
Joe Hobo says Ozark is so damn good. It really is. And I like the way, I like that it's coming to an end. They're writing it to an ending and not hanging on way too long.
Well, I think, based on the premise of what that show, everything involved, I think there's got to be an expiration date that comes sooner than later. But, I think for me, I don't know about you guys, but I was having a conversation with a buddy of mine, Drew, who's never seen it. And I said, man, to me, it's almost approaching a top 5 for me. I know it's a top 10 for me all the time.
It's really good.
James in the Farmfolio chat room on Jermaine Burton going to Bama. Georgia offense good enough to stomp Bama in the national championship game, though. Happy for Burton if it's better for him. Rusty, he'd rather catch balls from Bryce instead of Stetson next year, probably. And Bob says Georgia offense is lame. Chance to play with Bryce helps him when it comes to the NFL. February stars complimenting Tom Luginbill. So many NFL OCs can't or not adjusting to the style of quarterbacks and specialists. Looked so good last night. Always good for you. Our friends at Mortgage Right, whether you're in Green Bay or Tampa, crying today over a playoff loss, you can get a great mortgage, refinance, make yourself feel better in 2022.
Yes, done away with another year done and dusted. You want to jump into 2022 with a mortgage company that can be trusted. That is our friends at Mortgage Right. They can help you ring in the new year with some cash in your pocket, put your home equity to work with a cash out refinance, consolidate debt, fix that rotting deck, or do what you need to do to get your financial house in order. Mortgage Right's team of experts eager to offer the tips, tools, and guidance to give your finances a boost. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Auburn on their way to being number one. Why Bruce Pearl had a little extra motivation on Saturday. Next on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild, custom, and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here for the next round. 3 great locations, Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed, and sweet jalapeno sauce and finished on the grill, spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. This hour of the next round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the Cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 5-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the next round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. You know, the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to Delicious.
We usually do the best and worst of the weekend in the first segment. We're going to crank that up at the top of the hour. Best and worst of the weekend. So many good things out there. Only a handful of worst. So you've got room for two goods. We'll even open up the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline at the top of the hour. So 205-734-0923, 734-0923. We'll get into Auburn's big win and what we saw in basketball. UAB got a win in Ruston that's never happened before. And Alabama came back to not get swept by Missouri to sort of keep things or get things moving in the right direction over in Tuscaloosa. All that basketball talk after LT tells us about the great folks at Gutter Cap.
Hey, it's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out. If you want to eliminate gutter cleaning forever, you need to call my friend Chris Stewart at Gutter Cap now. It's back with a lifetime warranty, almost a 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round listeners and viewers. Call 823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it, Gutter Cap.
Auburn beats Kentucky, number 12 Kentucky over the weekend, 80-71. All signs point to Auburn being number one in the AP poll for the first time ever. That poll comes out just after 11 a.m. Central Time. Gary Parrish, who is on the sidelines, will be on with us at 11 as that poll comes out. So we'll talk to him about that. Before we get into what happened in the game, just an unbelievable atmosphere at Auburn Arena. They've created that over the years. Bruce Pearl has had it sold out now 50 times. Even weeknight games against Georgia, the ticket prices on the secondary market is through the roof. Tough to get in there. And the students camping out the night before in Pearlville was amazing. Here's Bruce Pearl with a little extra motivation about winning that game on Saturday.
How fun has this been, and just what is this experience like for you?
Well, it's fun. And Jabbar even said to me, Coach, is this going to get you to smile, right? But my job is to train this team and understand and keep some things in perspective. I am grateful to Auburn. I'm grateful to our students. If we'd have lost the game, I'd have felt bad for them because they froze their asses off last night. Now we did everything we could to feed them and hydrate them, but we couldn't keep them warm.
Yeah, I mean, to camp out. Great experience in college to camp out and do something like that. You ever camp out for tickets or anything?
Yeah. We've camped out multiple times. I think I told the story before. I did it for Stones tickets. I did it for Pink Floyd tickets. When we're younger, we're much more resilient. But watching that whole scene unfold Friday night into Saturday morning, I give the Auburn fans a lot of credit. And Bruce said it after the game, and I know we've got Gary Parrish coming up, and he said, you see this at Duke, you see it at Kansas. I don't know if we've seen it like that. I know Duke fans camp out, but it was just different. There was something about that atmosphere, maybe because it was kind of a first, but to be able to brave those elements and for them to bring the pizzas in, I just thought it was really, really cool.
I don't know that you see it as much at Duke anymore. Maybe you do, but I think Duke fans are suffering a little bit of what Alabama fans are suffering, is complacency. You get used to winning at that level, and it doesn't quite mean as much anymore. And Alabama fans are going through that with football right now. This is still new enough for Auburn fans.
Yeah, newness is great.
Yeah, newness is
whether it's
hungry.
A relationship.
That's right.
Or the first time your team can actually win a championship, the first time you're going to be number one, as you said here in a little bit.
Yeah, you're hungry still. This fan base is still hungry. They've been to the Final Four. They should have gone to the national championship game. They feel like they got a team that can do it this year, and they do, by the way. And there's still that hunger. There's a hungry fan base.
Yeah, this team is so much better than that Final Four team.
It's deeper.
So much better.
Look, they've got the overall number one pick, who is a complete stud.
And they don't even have to play through him.
No, they don't.
In fact, he doesn't get enough touches.
But, he's going to be one of those guys once they get to the tournament. He can take a tournament over because he's a 3-and-D guy that can play all over the floor. He's 6'10" and legitimately is a deep threat. He can do – there's really no weakness in Jabari's game.
There really isn't. He's got everything.
Double covered that one time, and he's able to out-jump the blocking hands and hit a jump shot.
That was great defense.
Yeah, great defense from two guys.
I know.
And he shot over him and just drained it. And they don't have to play through him, and they don't play through him, which makes it even, like LT said, when they get to the tournament, if they need him, he's always there. But if not, they've got Walker, who's shooting 70,000% from the floor because they're all dunks. And then you got Katie Johnson, who's like a little engine that could.
They make you. Those teams are a lot alike, Kentucky and Auburn, because they force you to make decisions. And if you come off on those guards, like Ty Washington, when he was in the game, if you come off on those guards, now all of a sudden they've got Sheboy down low, and you got your hands full. And Auburn's the same way. If they start making their shots from the perimeter and you're coming out a little bit, all of a sudden all we do is dump it down, and there's Kessler dunking it.
If they are going to do something the program's never done and win a national championship, it's going to be with the defense. And once Washington went out, those guards, whether it was Grady or Wheeler, when they would try to take it to the rack, and you've seen this all year in Auburn's first 19 games, teams are so afraid of just the presence of Kessler in that paint.
Yeah. That's right.
That they alter the shot. Like some open layups, they're not even close to making the open layup because they're so afraid of the block.
It's kind of rare. Wheeler, I think, hurt himself acting on that second one. Now, the first screen that nobody called out for him, that was legit.
Screen,
he got popped there. But that one over on the sideline where he's trying to draw the call, I think he hurt himself trying to draw the call.
I hated
he threw his head back.
I hated Washington went down because I wanted to see, that game seemed like it was coming down to a final.
It was going to be a phenomenal game.
But once Ty went down, Kentucky had trouble moving on the perimeter.
Oh, yeah.
Just dribbling the ball around.
That's
that defense again.
So and that crowd played a major
factor.
There's
no doubt.
Oh, it's a tough place to win a game. And Auburn gets the win there. They'll be number one coming up at 11 o'clock. And then this week they're at Missouri, and then they get Oklahoma at home in the Big 12 Challenge this weekend. Alabama wins. They're at Georgia, and then Baylor at home this weekend. UAB with a big road win. They got a tough week ahead on the road at Western Kentucky and then on the road at Marshall. We start the day in the Ken Palm with Auburn 5, Alabama 16, and UAB at 41. And that's where we are in basketball. When we come back, more basketball, more best and worst of the weekend, being brought to you today by our friends at Redmont Distilling, part of the show here, the official vodka of the 2022 World Games.
Yes, and the official vodka of the next round is Redmont Vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Pick up a bottle today at your local beverage place, Pink Package, ABC stores. Pick up a bottle of Redmont Vodka.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer. And one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, 1 hour down, fast hour. That first one flew by. Hour number 2 on the show, Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Forrester. Lunsford is at the World Series of Poker for the next couple of days.
When do we get an update on that?
They're just starting today, right? I think
he said he was driving up this morning.
Oh, okay.
Driving too.
So I guess tomorrow, to answer your question.
So I mean, he was around for the weekend because he's a Titans fan. And, tough loss for him. Tough loss for my Buccaneers.
Do you assume that Ryan Tannehill and Clay Travis will never have dinner together?
Yeah, Clay's ready to get rid of him. Problem is, they married old Ryan Tannehill back when he had a really good season. And it's going to be too big of a cap hit there. I don't think there's anything you can do, really.
Well, they were the number 1 seed, so it wasn't horrible, but can they win more than they did? We'll do best and worst of the weekend in a second, but first the headlines, brought to you by Rockstar's Guy.
It's Adam Mestre there, Dunaway at MD Realty. Did you know Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so you know he knows the area? You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? If you're thinking of selling your house in the spring, you need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make a house of calls.
Auburn beats number 12 Kentucky. They look to be number 1 in an hour in the AP poll. We'll talk to Gary Parrish then. UAB gets their first win ever in Ruston. Louisiana Tech had won 18 straight at home. UAB wins that one. Jordan Walker hits 9 threes, 36 points for him as UAB gets a big win in Conference USA over La Tech. Alabama beats Missouri at home. I'll talk to Brian Passink this afternoon in the Jimmy Buckets podcast. We'll have it up tonight or tomorrow for you before Alabama has a big week ahead for them, including Baylor coming to town. That's coming up a little bit later on. Meanwhile, in football, Jermaine Burton in the portal comes to Alabama. He is joining the likes of like 5-star wide receiver Shaz Preston, who's coming in, and everyone else. Eli Ricks and Jahmyr Gibbs also in the portal for Alabama. Big get for the Tide there. Meanwhile, USC gets Shane Lee, the Alabama linebacker, Travis Dye from Oregon, Romello Height from Auburn. Already had Mario Williams there. You still expect Caleb Williams to go there. Your boy Lincoln Riley cleaning up out in L.A. in this portal thing.
Yeah, look, and it's going to get better and better. It's going to take a little bit of time. I agree with Luginbill when you watched USC this past year. I mean, the problem was up front. They got completely dominated on both sides, and that's one of the reasons that they were 4-8 this year. But I think they'll ultimately get that cleaned up, and I think Lincoln Riley, with that style of offense, with his pedigree, he's going to be able to bring in some of these offensive linemen.
Kentucky gets 4-star wide receiver Javon Baker from Alabama, so he's going up there. Remember, they got the kid from Virginia Tech, Travion Robinson, right? The Hokie wide receiver, too. So a couple of weapons there for Will Levis up at Kentucky. And Latavius Brenny, pretty good DB for Georgia, started 11 games for the national champions. He's on his way to Arkansas. So a lot of portal movement there, still some to happen. I did check the rules, Brown. You don't even have to be in class in the spring. I used to think you had to enroll at a certain point.
To go through spring practice?
To go through spring practice,
Really?
You'd have to be enrolled.
Oh, okay.
You'd have to be enrolled for spring practice. But as far as getting academically ready for next football season, you can catch up in summer and get enough done academically to be good for the fall.
Yeah,
so,
I figure as long as these guys leave with a pretty good academic standing, they're okay missing a semester. You would have to think.
All right, so those are the headlines. We've talked a lot about the NFL, so that gets us to the best and the worst of the weekend. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemphill.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. I recently experienced that myself just a couple of months ago. First call I make, always to Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right. Always the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It's Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
You can do that on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline by calling in at 205-734-0923. Or, as always, very quickly on Twitter at Next Round Live or in the Farmfolio chat room, where people have been doing that all morning. A lot of Auburn fans, including NA4AU, got that backwards, who said his best of the weekend was by far the scene at Auburn and the win over Kentucky. Do you have a best of the weekend, Brownie?
Well, I mean, it's hard not to say the NFL playoffs this weekend. It's the greatest weekend of NFL we've ever had, period, end of sentence. I can't think of another weekend in the NFL when you can have every single game in regulation, every single one of them ended with a kick.
How good are NFL kickers?
Well, they don't miss. I mean, that said, Butker missed an extra point and a field goal.
Yeah, and Suckup missed one yesterday, and so did Matt Gay.
But it feels like when the chips are down, they are solid.
To me, the kick of the weekend, though, Robbie Gould, because they continue to try to jinx him. I hope it happens this weekend in SoFi. But the guy is now 20 for 20 on his postseason kicks. To make that kick, I mean, it kind of reminds you of Vinatieri, what he did against the Raiders.
How bad do you think that foot hurt kicking that ball? It's like kicking a cement.
Well, that said, though, keep in mind they've got those bags over there, and they bring in a kicking ball in the NFL. I guess they do in college, I don't know, but definitely in the NFL. And it's coming out of that heated bag.
Yeah,
so
and I always remember you saying that. You know, the fear I had pulling for San Francisco to win that game, and I thought it was funny, and I don't know where you guys stand on this. Rams fans watching them tweet all night, everybody was pulling for Green Bay. I think the Rams, although they've lost 6 consecutive against San Francisco, better chance at SoFi beating San Fran than going to Green Bay in those conditions. But I always think about what you say about the heated ball. My fear was how you get footing to make that long of a field goal on that turf in Lambeau.
Yeah, you want your best athletes playing in the best conditions, and that's at SoFi Stadium, in my opinion.
Well, look,
you don't want to play in inclement weather if you've got the best athletes.
I mean, the Rams have had 2 major meltdowns 2 of the last 3 weeks, are up by 17 against San Francisco, blowing that game. But I still think knowing that you were up by 17, playing that game at home is much better than taking on an Aaron Rodgers where they had no offense. If they would have survived that game, Green Bay was winning the Super Bowl.
You have got to give those San Francisco an immense amount of credit. They have now played 3 straight playoff games this season.
That's right.
At L.A., which they come from behind to get the win. At Dallas, where they looked really, really good. And at Green Bay, where they come from behind to get the win. That's hard to do.
All right, here we go. Over in the Farmfolio chat room, our Hemphill best and worst of the weekend. Jack says best of the weekend, the great NFL games they were. The worst is the NFL overtime. More on that in just a second. Riley says the Bills' defense is by far the worst of the weekend. Jeff says best of the weekend, very good NFL games, the worst NFL overtime rules, and missing Brett's call on Marty and McGee. I did not get to see Marty and McGee on the weekend. Did Brett make it back in again?
No idea.
Yeah, didn't know if he got back in there. Bob says his worst of the weekend is that the best games have been played in the NFL. No way the championship weekend and the Super Bowl can match what we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's got to be a letdown. You're not going to get too good of a games in the AFC and NFC
I
championship.
do think if your two favorites advance this weekend, the two home teams, Rams, Chiefs. We remember the last time they played in 2018. 105 points scored in that game. That could be a really fun game.
Oh, I think it will be. I saw ticket prices, by the way. I don't think you're planning on going to SoFi, are you? They are insane.
I mean, I would think a get-in's probably $10,000.
10 grand for a get-in? A get-in?
A get-in Super Bowl 53.
No. I'm talking about for the NFC Championship.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
no. I would say
the get-in was $550.
Oh, well, that's not bad at all.
It's nosebleed end zone.
Yeah, that's shocking.
Oh.
It's SoFi.
All of a sudden, his head's going.
Yeah.
Maybe.
What would
maybe
a flight be?
Maybe so. No. Just stay out
I
there.
did check on Friday. I was sitting there and I was like, "Do you want to go to Tampa?" Because off the record, and I said this to a couple of people yesterday. I thought the Rams were 14-plus point favorite better, or 14 points better than the Bucs. I think you and I might have talked about this. So I was pretty confident they were going to win. There are no direct flights to Tampa from Birmingham. How is that even possible?
There used to be. It used to be a Southwest.
Yeah.
Always. And it's not there anymore?
No.
Yeah. My buddy Rossi moved down there, and he always told me it was such a cheap that for $220 I could do round trip to Birmingham to Tampa.
For $186, but you've got like a 7-hour trip.
Yeah.
You got to go to like Houston.
Yeah.
Which makes no sense.
Southern Snapper, if you guys didn't already cover Ramella Heights to USC, we did mention that off the bat there. And Brett said he did make it in. Last caller of the show there. Very good yesterday, Brett. Appreciate you representing us with Marty and McGee there. So the overtime rule in the NFL. And we always debate. We keep screwing up the college one. I think the college had it right.
Can we go around the table how we would fix this? If Roger Goodell said, Ryan Brown, you've got 1 hour, and whatever you go with, we're going to take it for a year.
Well, first of all, let me start by saying we have discussed this many, many times. It is impossible to have a good overtime in football. The game does not lend itself to an easy overtime system. Basketball does. It's a timed event. You just put time on the clock and you keep playing until somebody wins. It's easy in basketball. Golf or baseball, baseball is just we play till somebody wins. Football, there's no way to guarantee everybody a possession and have a nice, clean package. If you guaranteed possessions, you could have played that game forever last night.
I know, but you got to guarantee possessions.
And I'm okay with that in the postseason. Here's what I would do if Roger Goodell asked me that. I would have a regular season rule, which they've got right now, because it's also important to the NFL to get these things for TV ratings tied up in a nice little package so we don't have game bleed over. That's important for the NFL. So that's one reason they do it the way they do it. You have very few ties in the NFL.
Yeah, they already delayed the start, by the way, for the Chiefs game.
Yeah,
because of how long?
Because the Rams and Bucs
forever.
Yeah, and that didn't even go to overtime.
No, it was on its way.
It was on its way. Sorry to bring that up. But here's what I would say. In the NFL, I just guarantee possessions, and we play till somebody doesn't score on that possession. In the postseason, it's the postseason. Don't rush this thing, especially if it's the late game like that last night. What are you? You're trying to get to Hawaii 5-0 or whatever it was, NCIS Hawaii?
Southern Snapper says throw 10 minutes on the clock, and you keep playing for that entire 10 minutes. And then if it's still tied at 10 minutes, then it's the first one to score.
So then you go sudden death after that, after 10 minutes?
Am I wrong? I think the equitable way to do it is you kick off, somebody gets a possession, they score a touchdown, you kick back off, they score a touchdown, you just keep going until you get the same amount of possessions. I mean, it might take forever, but I think it's the only equitable way to do it.
But if first possession is field goal and touchdown, the touchdown wins it, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Which is how they do it in the regular season.
But last night, Chiefs scored a touchdown. They should have immediately kicked off to the Bills. If the Bills score a touchdown, they kick back off to the Chiefs. I
would do that in the postseason. I don't know that I'd do that in the regular season.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
I definitely do in the postseason.
We get about one tie a year, maybe one tie
Pittsburgh had one this year, and I think that was it.
I think there may have been one more. But
it's
at least
about
one
a year, though.
Yeah.
I know that one got the Steelers into the playoffs.
It was a huge
tie
tie.
instead of a loss.
It was a massive tie for them.
And by the way, I didn't mind as fatigued as I was watching football. I can't even imagine what coaches go through. One of the reasons they make all this money now. But I could have stood to watch another 10, 15 minutes of that
no
game.
doubt. Yeah, Pittsburgh and Lions had the only tie that game.
What about this?
All right.
Everybody gets one possession, kick it off like LT says, but there's no field goals and no punts. No field goals and no punts.
See, I just feel like
then if you win,
I think if you kick it off, the team that receives is in a bad spot.
That's right. You win the toss. Now you're kicking off. Now the Chiefs didn't need a punt. They ran down the field and scored a touchdown.
Yeah, but that's not normal football that you play.
I don't like that at all.
60 minutes.
I don't like that at all. I don't like changing the rules of the game.
All right, so no to Jim's plan.
Well, but you've eliminated defense at that point. Like if I've got a really good defense, if it's the Titans-Bengals game where points aren't a guarantee like they were in Rams-Chiefs, or excuse me, in Bills-Chiefs, then
how have I eliminated the defense?
Because I can't
punt.
Win
with defense.
No, I can't punt. You've made me like if I go 4 downs and out after a kickoff, I've given the other team the ball in field goal range.
Yeah, ball game's over.
Yeah, you've eliminated defense at that point.
And Harry's right. I'm just describing the college football OT, but with the kickoff. And I think if you put these offenses with these kickers in a college football overtime,
no, that's a terrible idea
it
in
goes
the NFL.
For
yeah, you
couple
play
of
forever.
hours.
Yeah.
By the way, our buddy David Walls, who works up here with us, who is a former high school coach, doesn't make millions of dollars like the Tampa Bay coaching staff does. With the exact perfect point last night, instantly text us that Tampa Bay blew it by kicking the ball out of the back of the end zone.
Not Tampa, Buffalo.
Not Tampa, Buffalo.
Oh, Buffalo.
Yeah,
because there was
kick.
42 seconds left in the Rams game, and the Rams had a timeout. But yeah, Buffalo.
13
Buffalo
seconds.
Game.
That's
13
been
seconds.
a hot button. But you know the thing.
Tampa on the mind. My bad.
It's
Yeah, that's all
easy to
good.
say now, but still, Buffalo 13 seconds. You can't let them get in
I
that
know,
situation.
but if you squib it, time is going to run off the clock.
That's
Even
right.
if they just fall on it, they got to wind the clock when the guy touches it. It may be 1 or 2 seconds, but that's massive at that point.
But I think the fear is the squib and Kansas City with
Pitches
so
it
many
around.
speedsters out there.
I mean,
that was one of my best of the weekend was, and I don't love Tyreek Hill. I like watching him play.
I loved him last night on DraftKings.
Him throwing deuces at the 12-yard line, where we talked about this before. Dude had angle on him.
he ends up touching him.
Yeah, to know
It's in the
that
end
he's
zone.
still going to be able to get there, that was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, that
was a laugh out loud moment for me.
Trey says, just give everybody one possession. I mean, that's the bottom line. Is I think you got to have one possession.
Have to.
They don't want to do that in the regular season, as I said, because they want the games in a window. But you shouldn't worry about that in the postseason. You should not worry about that in the postseason. Now, I get it. Like, if that NFC game runs over, it's going to hurt CBS's TV ratings. Very few people are going to flip over to the AFC game. And
they will eventually.
They will eventually, but not having that early rating will hurt your overall number, and the NFL is all about that.
The tweet of the weekend, though, was, somebody, what else could Josh Allen have done? And somebody said, called heads.
You did feel like that one was the coin toss.
Yeah,
Nobody's kicking a field goal.
Well, you notice Mahomes, right after they scored, he knew who he was sending out. He had a lucky charm. He was like, you go out there for the coin toss. He was pointing to somebody to go out.
It definitely came down to a coin toss. I'm not going to complain, but it
cannot
came down to a coin
believe
toss.
They have hosted 4 consecutive AFC championships now. I mean, that's crazy because, there's so much balance in the NFL.
Yeah. I mean, it is an incredible run by them. They've got one Super Bowl to show for it.
Riley, Maxwell, Nick all want to know why did they not flag Hill for taunting?
Because it's the postseason.
Yep. And I think, and I'll tell you what happened with the Tom Brady. I don't think it should have been flagged yesterday, the Von Miller, because he really pulled up and got a little bit of the helmet under, and it did bust his lip. But going back last week, there was a really ridiculous personal foul called on Philadelphia against Tom Brady.
Yeah.
And I think Hockley and that crew knew, hey, look, we can't give Tom Brady this obvious preferential treatment.
No. I had no problem with them not calling roughing the passer there. I don't think you throw a flag for unsportsmanlike conduct.
Well, it ain't no telling what he said. He lit into him.
I'm sure it had to do with the older Hockley.
Well, it might have been back to
your old man would have got this right.
Well, it might have been back to Bull Durham. One word you don't say.
Yeah, it may have been, but in that situation,
that was shocking.
Yeah.
But
did you?
Same
there
thing.
were a lot of meltdowns from Tampa in that first half.
Same thing on Sue. There's no way you throw a flag in that situation. He's pointing at a quarterback in an NFL game. Come on.
No,
we get up and dig graves for the quarterback and do all sorts of stuff. We're going to throw flags for that stuff.
Real quick before we go to the phones, did you think Weddle had given you a cheap first down on that hit, or did you know it was going to be a post play? Because in real time, I'm like, holy crap, don't tell me they're getting a first down.
In college, it is not ruled that way.
Is it not?
It is
even
not
when the
ruled
ball
that
hits
way.
the ground.
No, it's not ruled that
No,
way.
I think they got the call right though.
They did get it right.
did,
In
and
the
I
NFL,
didn't know it was different.
They specifically go
Immediately.
into the rule that the play ends the moment the pass is incomplete and the ball goes back over. College, I think it would have been Tampa's ball.
I only had a couple of outbursts yesterday. That was one because in real time, like you, I was like, oh my God, just gave him first and goal. And
it was such a dumb play by Weddle.
It was, but give me this though. If Mike Evans makes that catch with that hit, it's not a flag.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah.
No.
Well, here's what's happening.
It looked more egregious by the fact that he dropped it.
It's happening right there. Weddle had no way of knowing when he's starting to make his move that Evans isn't going to catch that.
No doubt. And that's why that should have never been a flag.
I felt y'all should have punted right there, though. You had plenty of
agree.
time, and the
thought they should have
Rams
punted
were
too.
a complete mess at that point. I couldn't believe you went for that.
Well, just now on the Mike Evans, and I told Dunaway before, Ramsey gets burned, but Von Miller gave up on the rush. That defense was gassed.
Yeah.
I mean, this game was really over.
Yep. Wow. I can't stand watching it.
Don't watch it again, Dunaway. Don't do this to yourself.
Oh, I'll be watching it for the rest of my
No,
life.
Dunaway.
We'll never be in the playoffs again. That's what I told my wife when she walked upstairs. Why are you so upset? And I said, because we'll never be in the playoffs again. We're about to start a rebuild with Kyle Trask.
I do wonder who your quarterback's going to be next year.
Well, right now, it's Kyle Trask.
But, I mean, Brady's got one more year left on the contract.
Yeah, he will not play.
Boy, he was good this year, though.
He
was
was
not good yesterday, but was really, really good this year.
Well, I mean, the Rams pass rush is that elite. Let's hit the phones before I cry again.
Don't cry, Jimmy. Greg in Pell City. He's going to bail you out from crying.
Greg, how are you, man? What's up? It's my quarterback.
I was crying with you, man. I'm going to tell you, this weekend was just incredible. Let me tell you what I had to be super husband because immediately on Christmas morning, our daughters give us, me and my wife, a gift together, and it's for John Crist, comedian at Alabama Theater for Saturday night. Well, I'm immediately getting on my phone looking at the calendar, and I'm like, well, and so I had the phone in my lap during dinner. She never knew I was watching that Tennessee game. And so it was great on my part, but, I mean, of all things to have to go through that. But, yes, let's talk about yesterday real quick. That was probably the most emotional games to not have a team in there because immediately I texted LT when they did the little fade early on. I'm
Terrible call to Van Jefferson. Yeah, it didn't make any sense. I agreed with you.
I hate fades. I'm thinking I only see them. I mean, such a small percentage of time they make it. Well, then something happens at halftime, and I'm feeling for Jim. So I text Jim and I say, man, you got to go. I think you guys are going to do that. So, but then it gets so crazy. And I'm scared. I feel terrible. I mean, I'm telling you. I'm thinking about both guys. I'm just going to text Ryan now.
he sent me a tweet. And
well, I had my phone off. I turned my phone off.
Yeah.
And
Greg, you are not alone. Do you know how many people were tweeting at me saying, "Hey, have you checked on Jim or Lance, or are they watching this game together?" And I'm like, guys, I'm not the intermediary here. I'm just watching like the rest of you. Those two are grown men. They can do whatever.
Well, I was volunteering. I told Ryan to do the show in case the Rams lost that. I'd be there for LC today because I knew Jim would show, but I didn't know, man, if LC lost.
It's true.
No.
Roommate said, look, you have got to go in tomorrow regardless of what happens here.
I had my doubts. You're a pro's pro, Lance.
It was going to be tough.
I had my doubts you'd be here today.
I was just wondering. I know it's hard to throw things and not hit a TV in your sports room. I was just wondering if any had been broken and if a remote or a phone had gone through any of your TVs.
Yeah, Greg, we talked about it earlier in the show. I can't remember a team that blew a lead like that and still won the game. Typically that team loses, and just the emotional drain being a Rams fan and going through that, I couldn't enjoy it at all.
Oh, it was so. Before I get off, the Buffalo here, and I hate Buffalo being a Dolphin fan. They kept Marino out so many years, but for some reason I was pulling for them. I guess I don't know why I was pulling for them, and just in that game. And at the end there, I mean, we're worried about the overtime, and I was upset about that too. It shouldn't have went the overtime. I know we should. We've talked about not kicking it in the end zone, but I am yelling at the TV, especially on the first play. Hold these guys. Grab every receiver. Let him back up. I just thought, I don't know if they even thought about that, but just hold at least on the first play.
Yeah, because I don't think they would add time back to the clock on that. I think you'd get a defensive holding, be an automatic first down, but I don't think they would add time.
They would not add time.
Yeah.
No, and then you got a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
So, and then playing the prevent defense was terrible. You got to stay in your regular defense. Buffalo blew that. If I was a Buffalo fan, man, I mean, that would be a tough one. But anyway, incredible game. That was My best was the games. My worst was trying to babysit you guys. But anyway.
Thank you, Greg. That's great.
You guys think we'll see different coaching this weekend, though? Because you can't go into prevent. You got to keep foot on pedal.
Yeah.
There's too many comebacks now.
We
in the
didn't
NFL.
go into prevent. I wish we'd gone into prevent.
It is funny how coaches coach at the end.
Well,
And
I mean,
they just-
McVay, 11 of the Rams' last 13 plays were run plays. And look, receivers were open all day.
I know, but we were zero blitz and let a guy get behind us with seconds on the clock.
That was a miscommunication.
Yeah. I think it was either Shaq or Levante.
I think it was Levante.
Did nothing. He just stood there. He wasn't rushing. He wasn't
can throw a
covering
helmet,
anybody.
though.
And I've seen
Towards his own sideline.
I've seen the video from the high end zone camera. You guys were not at all set either.
Yeah.
Your whole defensive front was confused.
And
Right
one
there.
Uh,
other observation: has Bruce Arians gone Eric Church on us?
Sunglasses
the sun
all
had
day.
completely set, and he had wafers on the whole time.
He's got some health problems, man.
He's coming back next year. He looks like a cyborg with that
I
thing
love
strapped
you going to
across his
throw that
chest.
up to me. Does that have anything to do with his eyes?
I don't know what. I mean, he's got heart issues. He may have eye issues too. I don't know.
Well, post game on that podium, he didn't have those sunglasses on.
That may have been BA's last game too.
He said it wasn't.
He said it wasn't. I'd like to see Todd Bowles get that job.
That would be. I mean, if Arians is done, that's your guy.
Former Alabama offensive coordinator Brian Dable is going to end up with a head coaching job out of this.
Yeah.
The Giants are talking to him. Dolphins are talking to him.
There's a lot of good candidates.
Yeah, Dable's going to get a job.
D'Amico Ryans is interviewing with the Vikings.
Boy, I hope D'Amico gets a job. He is so
Oh,
deserving.
he will. I'd rather him get
Eventually.
one this year, but
Yeah.
it'll be in the next couple of years.
I mean, but does he need to do it right now?
Well,
you
he doesn't
think?
have to.
Yeah.
He's in a good spot.
Yeah, that defense ain't going anywhere. They're good.
Yeah. All right. A lot more best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. But right now, LT, tell us about the great folks at the Urology Centers of Alabama.
Yeah, they're currently looking for participants for their active clinical trials. With over 3 decades of experience, the UCA Research Department has been dedicated to developing the treatments of urological conditions into the future. Our research team specializes in a variety of urological fields, which allows them to expertly conduct studies on a spectrum of conditions such as prostate cancer, bladder cancer, and urinary tract infections. These study medications go through rigorous lab testing and are offered through national pharmaceutical manufacturers. Patients who participate will have access to new forms of treatment, may receive financial compensation, reimbursements for travel expenses, and are likely to receive free medications. In addition, participants given a specialized level of care due to the number of UCA doctors and staff monitoring the trial process. Clinical research is key to discovering new medications that can lead to groundbreaking treatments. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with prostate cancer, bladder cancer, or a recent urinary tract infection, contact Urology Centers of Alabama to learn if you qualify to take part in these current trials. For more information or to sign up for that study, go to urologycentersalabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Why is Culver such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
New year, new you. Get past those old aches and pains. Let Stretch Zone help you work towards your goals easier. Come see us for a free stretch, then give us 12 weeks while you stretch towards your goals in 2022. To learn more, 205-509-2349 or online, stretchzonebham.com. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
On Twitter at Next Round Live. Before we talk about Auburn more, an interesting stat for me, both Mahomes and Allen were not only amazing, but were both the leading rushers on their team. They are they do such a good job of running the football.
You know, in that fourth quarter, it was almost like they were running a wing T. Buffalo, they just kept rolling Allen out and running him, and he is really hard to stop running. It felt like, and I don't know why, but it felt like they didn't trust him a whole lot to throw right there.
Boy, and he was making some great throws when he was throwing the football. You know, it reminds you of how Carolina was running Cam Newton early in his career.
Yep.
You just wonder, you know, under the age of 27, how many times you want this guy to get hit before he's 30? Because I think he's becoming an elite guy as far as throwing the football.
Part of that eliteness, though, is the ability to run like that.
That 4th and 13 touchdown throw was an absolute missile.
Be Rich, what would the money line have paid on a 4-team parlay on all 4 underdogs if the Bills had won?
Oh, my God, I can't even imagine. You know, that's what I kept thinking, you know, going into the first game yesterday with Rams-Bucks. It's like, really, what are the chances 3 road teams are going to win outright in a row?
With Royal Pain, with Auburn's success and now public relations for their arena and their environment, will that speed up Alabama's need to turn airplane hangar Coleman into a pile of rubble?
Well, that's all about money. That's what will speed it up is if they get the donations. I believe the donations are to the point where they can discuss doing it. Now, I'm not saying that they've got enough money to do it. I'm saying I think their donation commitments to the level where it is a legitimate discussion.
All right, time now for Rockstar's viewing menu. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, and Daniel A. Moore honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner, and oils on canvas. This upcoming full-color oil painting will depict the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie. In the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game. Order by January 31st to receive their special pre-publication discount. You can pre-order now. Go to danielmooreart.com.
That's the one where he points him over to the end zone, tells him to go that way, and then throws it to him. Can't wait to see that from Danny Moore there. Rockstar, what you got, man?
On Netflix, there's a new movie in the Lance House. What is it? Eileen Wuornos, the serial killer.
Yeah.
There's a new movie about her. It's got a good title, American Boogie Woman or Bogey Woman. Played by a bunch of actors I don't know. It starts her early life. It's about her early life, and it's a Netflix original film.
I don't know how you differ. Monster, where Charlize Theron won an Academy Award for portraying her.
Really
I don't know how you could do it even any better.
I don't know why revisit the story. Yeah, I don't know. And then 8 p.m. on A&E, we got a new show, Secrets of Playboy. There's 2 episodes tonight. Episode 1 is Hugh Hefner sold himself as a champion of free speech who created the Playboy brand to set off a sexual revolution.
Wow.
So A&E, new show.
I've seen a documentary. Playboy. I've seen a documentary on Playboy before, how it all started and how it became. I mean, they were Playboy clubs
Pretty
in
fascinating.
like Chicago and L.A.,
He
right?
started it out of Chicago.
Yeah.
How long's Hugh been dead now? Been close to a decade, hasn't it?
No, I don't even think that long. I think probably 2018, maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it was that long ago, but of course, time is a flat circle sometimes to us. Bobby in Homewood, just catching up on the show now, listening to Luginbill. Mel Kiper called it on Josh Allen. He got into it with McShay, asking if McShay had ever watched a Wyoming game. Said Wyoming's wide receivers were terrible, always running poor routes or dropping passes. And Kiper nailed that Josh Allen was going to be good in the NFL.
Look, I saw that he had a big arm, and he was such an athletic guy. But, watching him, it was hard to get that Iowa game out of your head. But again, when you're going against that Iowa defensive line and didn't have protection and the receivers and everything that goes with it, I just don't know if anybody thought that Mahomes, I sure as hell didn't think Mahomes would be this good. I didn't think Allen would be this good. I mean, these are elite Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
But if you just step back and look at this weekend, Tennessee was quarterbacked by a guy that played wide receiver most of his career at Texas A&M.
Right.
Kansas City was quarterbacked by a guy that he put up numbers at Texas Tech, but those are super average, even bad teams at times.
Biggest game I saw him play, got beat by LSU in the Texas Bowl.
Yeah. Buffalo was quarterbacked by a guy that quarterbacked at Wyoming. Tampa was quarterbacked by a guy that wasn't even a full-time starter at Michigan.
Yeah, only 2 guys
and is now 44.
Were elite winning quarterbacks in
That's
college.
That's right, Joe Burrow, and only 1 year for him.
Yeah, and Stafford, and they came up a little short, but they were good Georgia teams.
Yeah, they were good Georgia teams. I mean, Stafford was a really good college quarterback. It's an inexact science. We say it all the time. The NFL can't even get it right, much less Kiper and McShay. How often do NFL teams get quarterback wrong? All the time. And these guys are the smartest football guys in the world that are paid millions to get it right. Yeah, I don't know that you can predict it.
Who is the best NFL quarterback that was the best in college? I mean, Dan Marino didn't win a world championship, but
he was good in both places.
He was good in college.
Well, how was Montana at Notre Dame?
I mean, they won a Cotton Bowl.
Yeah.
I don't know if they were national champions that year, but they may have been.
I mean, Steve Young was really good at BYU. I mean, you've got some.
I know he rolled out on a pass so long that they can pull that Guinness off the off the tap there.
But like, Brett Favre at Southern Miss.
Exactly.
Rich Gannon at Delaware. I don't know why I threw Rich Gannon in there.
Really, that is a random inclusion.
He wasn't MVP, but I'm just thinking about random schools.
Terry Bradshaw, 4-time Super Bowl champion at La Tech.
No, I mean, I'm trying. I don't know.
Staubach.
Yeah, Navy and Dallas.
Navy, but he was a Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah.
Troy Aikman. I mean, Oklahoma never really played. Went to UCLA,
and he was good.
Yeah,
I mean,
they had a Rose Bowl. But.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to match it up where a guy's just dominant in college. I mean, you just look at the recent Heisman winners, from the college game.
Well, I think part of that in the past has always been because the college game and the NFL game was so different, right? You had Tommy Frazier dominating in college, and they didn't play that way in the NFL yet. And now it's getting to the point where I think if you're really good in college, you're sort of playing that way in the NFL.
Have you ever had a quarterback win national championship in college and win a Super Bowl?
I don't think so offhand. I can't think of one.
I mean, Peyton would have been the closest. He was a year away at Tennessee.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Probably the best college NFL match in career is Peyton Manning. Now, he didn't win the championships people want him to win on the collegiate level, but Peyton was phenomenal.
And had a
college.
Heisman stolen from him.
I mean, you got to go way back, but Namath and Stabler won Super Bowls and national championships.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, but Peyton Manning is probably the best example of what you're asking for, is a guy that his NFL career and his college career resembled one another.
Yeah. All right. As we continue on here with best and worst of the weekend, you gave me your best and worst already?
Not really. I mean, the best would be, obviously the Rams winning. I'll go two best. That and Aaron Rodgers losing.
Yeah. You loved that.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I absolutely loved it.
And your worst of the weekend?
I really didn't. Really, the pain of watching that game. I mean, I know that sounds weird, but I saw some people agree with me. You know, when you're a huge fan of a team and you know, when the game's over and then it's not, I mean, it was painful.
I'll give you my worst. I can give you my worst earlier. It is Green Bay's special teams. I don't know how a professional team can be that bad special teams-wise. To have a punt blocked, to have a field goal blocked, and then at the very end of the game.
Well, and they gave up a 45-yard return to Deebo Samuel, too.
Yeah, and at the very end of the game, when it's all line, it might not have mattered. The likelihood of you blocking a kick in the NFL is very low.
Right. But Jimmy Ward had just done it the half before.
That's right. But you, at the end of the game, have 10 people on the field in the most critical moment. After a timeout that's coming out of a timeout.
Because your head coach is doing this nonsense.
Well, so Lance hates Matt LaFleur.
And by the way, he's a Sean McVay disciple. I just don't like LaFleur.
Rockstar, I used to always think it was the weirdest thing how much he dislikes Matt LaFleur for trying to fire the crowd up.
You don't see coaches do that.
You don't.
If McVay ever does it now,
I hope he doesn't.
Oh, he gets a little animated.
He does. But no, I mean, I agree with Lance. You don't ever see NFL coaches trying to get the crowd to the game, especially at Lambeau where the crowd's always in the game.
It always seems like Andy Reid's like, what just happened?
I know, but I always thought that was a weird thing for Lance to dislike a coach for him. But last night, Mike Lombardi, who's been on the show numerous times, Saturday night tweeted, how about you spend less time getting the crowd in the game and more time counting the players on the field?
Stop being a cheerleader and getting more than 10 on the field.
But who's it rougher for? Well, I mean, obviously the answer is going to be Buffalo because they've never won a Super Bowl. But, this Buffalo team's so good, and you've got, I guess, more time with Josh Allen. But if you're a Green Bay fan, man, and you've only gotten one championship, and that guy is so good.
But think about it. You've had Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers back-to-back. I mean, I can't think of a time where you've had a better quarterback situation for 30 years, basically. All right, but Favre to Rodgers, you've got two Super Bowl championships.
And that's the thing. And I heard, I think it was Greenberg this morning talking about in the last 14 games, that place should be the most difficult place to play in the postseason.
Yep.
Their last 14 games, they're 7-7 in the postseason.
I know.
That's right.
I think, if I remember correctly, Michael Vick's Falcons were the first postseason win ever up there.
That is correct. That is correct.
When Vic and the Falcons went up there and won in the postseason, that was the first time ever a road team had won a postseason game at Lambeau. And now the record's that. It's got no mystique anymore. Nobody fears that place.
Bucks beat them last year in the NFC Championship.
Nobody fears that place.
Yeah.
But think about that. You've had back-to-back two of the greatest quarterbacks ever to play the game. You got two world championships to show for it.
Putting that in context, same period of time, Brad Johnson and Tom Brady have won them in Tampa.
Exactly. And Brad Johnson does not even belong in the conversation with Rodgers, Brady, and Favre.
Yep.
And he's won.
So you've
won the same amount.
You've had old Tom Brady and Brad Johnson win 2 Super Bowls for Tampa in the same period of time.
If I'm a Green Bay fan, I feel like we've underachieved.
Yeah,
I don't think there's any doubt.
Scott did say that Montana was a national champion. I couldn't tell if they got a part of that national championship when they won in the Cotton Bowl over Texas or not. He was a Super Bowl champion. Cam Newton, as others said, almost was a Heisman Trophy winner and an NFL MVP, and then lost the Super Bowl game.
Yeah, part of it, his college career was 1 year, so it's kind of hard to say. And he was by far and away the best player in the game that year. But it's hard to compare career to career with him because it was only 1 year.
More best and worst of the weekend. Johnston RV Center.com hotline will have Gary Parrish talking about Auburn as the #1 team in the country in basketball coming up at the top of the hour. Johnston RV Center.com. Great folks up there, Brownie, just off I-65 in 2 locations.
Family owned and operated. Rodney and Nick Johnston. JohnstonRVCenter.com online. But if you do want to go see the top selling travel trailer dealer in the state of Alabama, you can do it at 2 locations. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, or exit 334 in Decatur, home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
On Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Have you had a pipe burst? A washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Greg from Pell City called in earlier talking about the heartbreak that was the Rams over the Bucks, and then he talked about the joy that was the Rams over the Bucks because he likes both of us. I do appreciate his friendship, him checking on us, and that's the kind of guy he is. And he'll do that for you, too, when it comes to your roof repairs. Greg from Pell City, the owner of Storm Restoration Roofing, the most respected roofing contractor in the entire state of Alabama, because I've known him for years and years. But you don't have to take my word for it. Take the Better Business Bureau. They give him an A-plus rating. Locally owned for over 20 years, great warranty. Insurance companies trust Greg. That means when he gets on your roof, does an inspection there, comes down, tells the insurance guy, they probably don't even go up on the roof and check it out themselves. They trust Greg that much, and that helps you out. Greg will give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no-cost inspection. I can't say that simpler. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing right there. AP poll comes out at the top of the hour, and that's when we expect Auburn to finally get to be number one, because the guy who voted him 9th last week has already tweeted that it's going to be a good day for Auburn. That is pretty amazing there. Timmy Chang got the Hawaii job over the weekend, 40 years old, going back to Hawaii. June Jones was offered the job on Friday, didn't like the fact they were going to control who his assistants were going to be, and they only offered him 2 years, and he was not down for that.
Well, Timmy, I didn't realize he was 40 already. I read that this morning as well. Was just an incredible quarterback there, and in kind of a line of quarterbacks. I mean, Colt Brennan's probably the best to play there. But Timmy Chang, 4-year starter, is from, obviously, Hawaii, a guy that loves that program, and a guy that probably will be able to relate to players and keep a lot of those guys at home. He's earned his stripes, man. This guy's been grinding. He was a wide receivers coach at Colorado State. So, I think it's fun when Hawaii's got a good, viable product, because it was always that late-night game.
Yeah, that one extra game.
Yeah.
That's right. That kicks off at midnight or 11:59 sometimes to make it a Saturday game.
I'm pulling for Timmy Chang. It is hard. And Jeff B. and over in Farmfolio in the chat room saying Timmy is 40. I agree, man.
That is crazy. He's that old.
That just goes to show you. All right, let's do our 3 and Out today, brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, again, if you need that car winterized, you need to go see our friends at Vulcan Tire and Auto. They can do anything you need, bumper to bumper, for you and your family, whether it's brakes, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Stop in today to one of those 4 locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, I know this is going to become a big, big topic in the offseason, but better chance of playing their last game with their current team this past weekend. Is it Rodgers or is it Brady?
I think both of them are gone. I don't think either one of them plays with their team next year.
Yeah.
The question is, does both of them retire?
I don't think Rodgers will retire. I think he'll play some more. I think Brady could retire. I think what will end it for him, though, at Tampa is the fact that roster is going to fall apart. So I would say better chance of Tom Brady.
See, I don't know, and I know you disagree with this, Brown. We know Brady loves the game, and Brady still plays at a high level. Aaron Rodgers, you make the argument, still the best quarterback. I just don't think he cares as much. And I think he might shut it down.
He just quarterbacked the team to the 1 seed, though. It's not like he doesn't care and he's playing bad.
Well, I think he'll do that all the time.
Brady led the league in touchdowns and passing yards.
Oh, I know, but he's old.
Yeah,
Rodgers isn't old yet.
What is crazy, both of them are going to finish 1-2 in the MVP voting. Right? 1 and 2.
And Cooper Kupp should be in there, by the way.
He should be. I agree completely.
May finish 3rd, but 1-2 is where those guys are going to finish in the MVP voting, and they both could be out. They could both retire at the same time.
But should Aaron Rodgers finally look, and I know he doesn't necessarily have the pieces, but Tom Brady never had the pieces in New England. Sooner or later, there's got to be some accountability.
You're right.
As good as Aaron is, once he gets to the postseason, got to win some of these games.
I don't disagree.
The good thing about Cooper Kupp, I imagine if Cooper Kupp played for the Packers, Lance would be saying he needs to shave that ratty ass beard.
I said it yesterday during the game. We talked about it. He needs to shave that ratty ass beard. He really does.
But keep catching those balls, baby.
Keep catching those
balls.
Second down.
Okay, who's going to be the better receiver, speaking of Cooper Kupp, in the next 3 years? Will it be Cooper Kupp or will it be Jamar Chase?
Oh, Jamar Chase. I like Cooper Kupp, but boy, Jamar Chase.
I think Jamar Chase is going to be the best.
He is so good.
Just to get open on that play that set up the field goal. I mean that play, that was a great route, and that's the biggest play of the game.
And he gave him points on his only touch in the first half, and I had the conversation with a buddy that was over watching that game with me on Saturday. We forget Jamar didn't play all of last year.
I know. Yep.
Couldn't catch a pass in the preseason, so he's just starting to get this NFL feel to him and get used to the speed. Jamar Chase is going to be ridiculous.
It's like, Tyreek Hill had to make a play. He made a play. Mike Evans to make it 27-20. It was the only time I don't think that they didn't roll coverage over to help double up Mike Evans. Brady threw it to Mike Evans, who beat the best corner in the game for a touchdown. Great receivers make plays, and Chase made it. Kupp made his. Hard to separate them. I'd go Chase one more time.
I would go Chase too.
Third down.
Okay, more postseason wins over the next 5 years. The Georgia Bulldogs or the Cincinnati Bengals?
I think I'll go Bengals. I mean, you got to remember, too, in the NFL, you get more shots at postseason wins. I mean, Georgia, I guess if you give it the SEC championship.
I'll give you the SEC championship, too.
I'll still go Cincinnati.
I mean, it just fluctuates so much in the NFL. What is the stat every year? Is it half the teams don't make the playoffs the next year?
Pretty much. I mean, that's why you lose that stake bet every year.
But I look at that division.
It is.
I look at that division. Lamar Jackson has regressed. And Baltimore has at the same time he has.
Pittsburgh's got to start over.
Pittsburgh's starting over.
Cleveland needs to start over.
Cleveland may start over.
But what if Aaron Rodgers is their quarterback?
Well, now that's a game changer.
Yeah, different
But
story.
without that, Cincinnati should be able to run that division a little bit.
If Aaron went to Pittsburgh or Cleveland,
different story.
I mean, they're right there in the conversation to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Fourth down.
I would take Georgia.
I would take Cincy for a steak if you want to circle back at any particular time.
We may do a circle back. By the way, I lost a steak yesterday with the Buccaneers.
Of course you did. As if it weren't painful enough.
I know. So +5 for LT right now. And I think I got my total, I think it's $8,700 spent on steaks.
It's good. It's good.
That's only a year of college, right?
I'd be debt-free right now if it wasn't for steak bets.
Hey, Ed Helms, 48 years old today. If I asked you more known for the role in The Hangover as Stu or in The Office?
I'll go Andy in The Office. Yeah. I think more people, well, I don't know. A lot of people watched Hangover. You think more people have seen him as Andy or Stu?
That's 3 franchise for The Hangover.
Well, a lot of younger generation loves The Office.
They
and
do.
The Hangover was, 2009?
Yeah. I think
Sadly, it's an older movie.
I think I'll go Andy.
God, I heard, who's the redhead? Is it Monica or Meredith? Who's the drunk in The Office?
Meredith.
The Office?
Meredith.
Yeah, she was like, one of the comments, like, I've watched like a third of The Offices, but she was like, this generation's guys like the sight of a woman from behind better. And I'm like, our kids are watching. Like, it's like a phenomenon amongst like 12 and 13-year-olds. Do they get this humor?
I've had 2 men fight over me before. Usually it's who has to hold the camera. And then Creed calls her Mary Beth. What's wrong with Mary Beth?
Creed is one of the least appreciated characters. They use him so sparingly, but it is just perfect. Every time he says something.
Yeah, he's almost a rock star in this show.
Every time he says something, it is so perfect.
But what is Creed? And, a lot of those guys go by their real names. His real name is Creed. What has he done outside of The Office?
I haven't ever seen it.
I think he's a musician.
Oh, yeah?
Okay. Yeah, he writes his own plays.
So good.
It's such a good cast, yeah.
Yeah, really is. All right, that's 3 and Out today, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Again, locally owned and operated, just great guys. Stop in to see the guys. Brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Kevin, no, that's how I lost my Toyota Tercel. He says maybe Dunaway should raise the stakes, so to speak, to get caught up on these bets. That's how you get into a hole.
That's right.
You start chasing, man.
Yeah, bad money after good.
I'll take these 5 stakes, and I'll take Ole Miss tonight against Florida.
Bookmakers are grinning out there. Scott M. said what I told you guys earlier in the office. I've got a weird feeling that San Francisco, although they drafted Trey Lance, they're going to make a run at Aaron Rodgers.
Why not? Yeah, good call, Scott M. Good call by you guys. 2 hours down. When we come back, it's the Champies Hour, and it's also the hour that Auburn becomes the #1 team in America for the first time. Gary Parrish is standing by next on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the next round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or finding pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We're rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention The Next Round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, this hour brought to you by our friends at Champies. I'll tell you about it in just a second, but Champies in this hour is able to tell you that Auburn is the new number 1 team in the AP poll. It is out. Auburn is 1 with 45 first-place votes. Gonzaga is 2. Arizona, Baylor, and Kansas are your top 5. So, dun, 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 dun. Breaking news, Auburn is number 1 for the first time ever in the Associated Press poll.
Wouldn't that be more dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun?
It could be.
Oh.
Should have been last week, but well-deserved.
Should have been last week, but they did nothing to lose any of those first-place votes this week and added a win over number 12, Kentucky. So there you go. Auburn, number 1 in the country. That is official from the AP poll. 45 first-place votes. It is Auburn, Gonzaga, Arizona, Baylor, Kansas, Purdue, UCLA, Houston, Duke, Michigan State, and Wisconsin. Kentucky stays at 12 despite the loss. Other SEC teams, Tennessee is at 18, LSU is at 19, and Alabama is not in the rankings. They are the second team out. Davidson, who beat Alabama, is 25. BYU, and then Alabama is second of those receiving votes, basically 27th in the AP poll. So Auburn, number one in the country. It's finally happened. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, open for lunch right now. If you're a, fan of the number one basketball team in the country, or the number one Georgia Bulldogs, or the runner-up Alabama Crimson Tide, you can go by Champy's today. Maybe the high school champion Thompson Warriors right there in Alabaster, 119. Get a great lunch. Also those great dinner to-go orders right there at Champy's Chicken. Sterling and his crew got the Mississippi Delta tamales. Those recipes there, the po' boys, the tenders, you can't beat it. Your home for blues, brews, and bird is champyschicken.com. All right, Gary Parrish in just a second, who was on the sidelines of the game. It was good to hear Brad Nessler on the call as well. And then, who doesn't love Rafferty?
Well, I only know what he's saying about half the time. Like when he gets really excited. There was one listener that thought Raft might have said something and he sent it to us. I don't know. That's Bill Raftery.
Raft goes back like
it was something about the D, his defense.
Defense, yeah.
College basketball now for 35 plus years.
Right.
And I
Raft's
don't know
been
when
doing
he
it that
started,
long.
but he's been doing onions for a long time.
He's been doing it forever.
Gary Parrish was with that crew on the sideline. You read him at CBSSports.com. See him on the CBS Sports Network and CBS. He is with us now on the Johnston RV Center Hotline. Welcome in, Gary. Hope you're doing well.
I'm great. I appreciate you guys having me. How you been?
We've been awesome, man. We thank you for coming on with us. We'll get to Auburn being number one in 1 second. I do want to ask, though, what? We just said it. People
I know.
We'll get to it in 1 second. You go to the Cameron Indoors of the world and the Allen Fieldhouses of the world. Auburn Arena has become a really difficult spot to play. How does it measure up nationally from all the great places you go?
As good as it gets. Obviously it doesn't have the longevity of Cameron Indoor or Allen Fieldhouse. If I were ranking bucket list places to go see a college basketball game, I would probably start with those two. They really do live up to expectations. Like when you walk into Cameron, it's a wild experience. And same thing with Allen Fieldhouse. It's just got a really unique feel to it that is unmatched. But, fast forward to the present, say noon Central this past Saturday, and you just stand at midcourt and do a circle and look around and try to take it all in, you can't get better than what Auburn Arena was. Like you said, I've been at this point to all of them. Cameron, Allen Fieldhouse, Assembly Hall, the Kennel. What I experienced on Saturday was as good as it gets. I've been doing this long enough to where you do lose a little bit. You become numb to it a bit. Like, okay, another Duke Carolina game. Fine, I'll do it. It sort of loses a little bit of it. But I can tell you, and I mean this sincerely, when I was there on Saturday, I felt lucky to be there. It was one of those moments that reminded me, wow, I can't believe I get paid to do this.
Hey, and you've been doing it long enough, too, where you can look at a true freshman and you can tell how their game can translate to the next level in the NBA. And Jabari Smith, one of these guys at 6'10", a 3-and-D kind of guy that can – I don't know a weakness, Gary. What is the ceiling for Jabari Smith in the next 3, 4, 5 years?
There's no ceiling. He could be the number one pick in the draft and could be one of the best players in the NBA. He checks I don't want to say every box, but certainly a lot of them. On Saturday, that was the first time I stood next to him since he was, participating at the grassroots level. Sometimes you get next to somebody and they're bigger than you think. They're not as big as you think. TV doesn't always translate perfectly. I say all that to say this. You get next to him, he's legit 6'10". That's not an exaggerated height. He's really as long as they say. He, obviously can score at an elite level. The jump shot at his height is very unique, and it's a high release point on a 6'10" frame. So he's shooting over basically whoever he wants to shoot over. It's a consistent release point. He understands the difference between a shot and a great shot. He mostly just takes great shots, which is why he's shooting about 40% from three. I think ultimately it'll be a conversation between he and Paulo Banchero, the freshman at Duke, as it pertains to who's going to be the number one pick in the draft. But when you start looking at all of the things that he brings to the table, including being the son of a professional basketball player, like that is something that NBA general managers truly value these days because of Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Jaren Jackson Jr., on down the line. When you can draft somebody who's grown up around it, who understands what it looks like, what it feels like, what it takes to get to a certain place, the things you have to do, the things you have to avoid. Again, I'm just telling you that is something that general managers value, and Jabari obviously checks that box as well. He's a terrific prospect, but not just a prospect. He's a terrific player. And I say it that way because it's not always true. Sometimes great NBA prospects, at least on paper, they're not good college basketball players. I mean, I live in Memphis. Right now, Memphis has got a freshman named Amani Bates. He's an interesting prospect. He's not a good player right now. Jabari Smith is a great prospect and a great player, and among the biggest reasons, if not the biggest reason, Auburn just moved to number one in the AP poll for the first time in school history.
You saw Gary Parrish on the broadcast of Auburn's win over Kentucky on CBS Coast to Coast this past week. He's with us on the Johnston RV Center.com hotline. Bruce took a team to the Final Four just a few years ago. We think this team is better. Do you think this team is better than that team? And does this team have the makeup of someone who can win 6 games in March and be national champions?
Yes and yes. It's better in the sense that that Final Four team was really good, but wasn't great defensively. This team is really good defensively. Auburn is top 15 in the country in offensive efficiency and defensive efficiency, according to KenPom. They've got a real rim protector in Walker Kessler. Got a nice blend of legitimate NBA talent and great college basketball players. Like Jabari Smith might be the number one pick in the draft. By the time the season is over, he might not lead Auburn in scoring. He's the only freshman in the rotation. So this isn't a team like Duke or not this year, but in many years, Kentucky that is overly reliant on first-year players. You can win it with a reliance on freshmen. Kentucky did it in 2012. Duke did it in 2015. But what history shows us is that a nice mix of legitimate NBA talent and experience is the best recipe for trying to win a national championship. Look at that Baylor team last season. They've got NBA guards, but they were also older, 21, 22, 23-year-olds. Auburn has experience. Auburn has NBA talent. 2 former 5-star prospects in Jabari Smith and Walker Kessler. Katie Johnson is a takeover guard if you want him to be. And sometimes, honestly, even when you don't want him to be, but you like the mindset. Wendell Green's a terrific transfer. I'm telling you, Auburn is ranked number one in the country right now because it has the best resume in the country. That doesn't always translate to best team in the country. But I think Auburn checks both of those boxes. This is the best resume in the country, and it's the best resume in the country created by what is, at this point, it seems clear to me, the best team in the country.
Gary is on Twitter at Gary Parrish CBS, at Gary Parrish CBS. What about the conference? It is being painted like the SEC almost as having a revival in basketball. I don't know that it was down that much, but do you view this as the best and the conversation of the best conferences in America?
Probably not the best. There's a lot of computer numbers that suggest the Big 12 is the best conference in the country because in the Big 12 there's really no bad teams. They could get 8 of their 10 teams. 80% of the league really might make the NCAA tournament. And, even the teams that are perceived to be not as good as the others, so a team like Kansas State, they just had Kansas down 17 points in the second half over the weekend. In the Big 12, all 10 teams are ranked in the top 55 at KenPom. So there's no bad teams, whereas in the SEC, you do have a Georgia, you do have a Missouri, you do have an Ole Miss, you do have a South Carolina, you do have a Vanderbilt. But I will say the league is undeniably improved and very, very good. And it reminds me of a story I was told secondhand, but still I believe it to be true, many, many years ago, while Mike Slive was still the late Mike Slive, commissioner of the SEC. They were launching the SEC network, and one of the points he made to the athletic directors and the school presidents, I'm told, is that this network is going to make you more money than you know what to do with. Our football is obviously the biggest priority, but, and I'm paraphrasing here, but the most inventory we're going to have for our channel, our network, is going to be men's basketball inventory. There's more men's basketball games that we're going to put on that channel than literally anything else. We need them to be quality. So if you've got the right coach, pay him to stay. If you've got the right facilities, awesome. Spend money to upgrade them. Keep them where they're at. If you don't have the right coach, buy your wrong coach out and hire the right coach. Spend what you have to spend on facilities, recruiting, travel, coaching, staff, everything, and truly invest in the sport. And you've seen that happen all over the league. Whether it's, it used to be that Kentucky operated at a level above everybody else. It still does, I guess, but everybody in that league spends now. Auburn spends big money on basketball. Mississippi State spends big money on basketball. Tennessee spends big money on basketball. The league, the universities, from really top to bottom, have invested, and what we're watching right now is the byproduct of that.
They beat Gonzaga and Houston in back-to-back games. They lose at Missouri. They're down 14 multiple times at home to Missouri this past week. What do you read into Nate Oates and this Alabama team right now?
Obviously, the most all-over-the-place body of work in the country. I mean, they got massive wins and then losses that make you scratch your head. I mean, to lose to Missouri, but also have wins over Gonzaga and Houston, it's hard to make sense of. But I do think there's probably an explanation. Nate, who I'm a big fan of, by the way, and as long as he keeps doing really well at Alabama, I don't say this to upset anybody, but like when these big boy jobs open that are going to open in the next year or 2 or 3, Syracuse, I should probably extend the time frame a little bit, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 8 years, the Kentucky job opens, the Syracuse job opens. He's going to be on a list for those jobs because he's really well thought of, in the industry. He's coaching a modern style of basketball. He's committed to a modern style of basketball. But I think that is the best explanation for why they've been really good in some spots and not so good in others. Broadly speaking, here's the issue. They're going to take, somewhere between 46 and 51% of their field goal attempts every game from three-point range. They want to launch from the three-point line or layups and dunks. They don't want anything inside the arc outside of, 3 or 4 feet. And so I love the style of play, and it's the reason they were able to win the SEC outright last season. And I thought was probably, outside of Baylor, the biggest challenger to Gonzaga for the national championship. The problem this season is that they're still playing fast. They're still playing the same way in terms of shot selection and how they prioritize field goal attempts. But they don't guard the way they guarded last season. Some of that's because Herb Jones isn't there. And they're not shooting the way they shot last season. They are only shooting 31.2% from three-point range, which ranks 279th in the country. So I guess let me try to simplify it for you. Last year, when they were making three-pointers, they were going to bomb you. I mean, that's why I thought they were one of the few teams that could beat Gonzaga even when Gonzaga played well, or beat Baylor even when Baylor played well. Because if they're going to throw up 36 threes on you and make 15 of them, you're going to have a hard time winning. What allowed them to avoid these unusual losses last season is they guarded so well that even when they weren't making shots, they could stay in the game and beat you. Now, they're not making the threes as often as they did, and when they're not making them very well at all, they're not good enough defensively to hang around with you and beat you. They're not good enough defensively to still get past, bad competition. And that's why they're sitting here with the record they have right now. But, they won 2 straight. Things seem to be getting on the right track, and they're going to remain dangerous regardless because there is some talent in the program. They've got an A-plus coach, and the style of play is going to allow them to beat, literally anybody when they're playing well.
Penny Hardaway's apologized for his rant. I wanted to ask you a bigger question. You and Verno are experts at being able to comment on this. The Grizzlies are so good and entertaining. Does that make his job harder at Memphis, or does it have no impact at all with that being now really a two-basketball town.
Well, I don't think it makes his job harder, but it does make the challenge of getting people into FedEx Forum for Tiger games more difficult. When the NBA came to Memphis, one of the things they cited was it could be our next San Antonio. San Antonio had no other pro sports, so we'll be the only pro sports team in town. What the NBA didn't properly understand is that Tiger basketball is a pro sport. It is treated as such in the city, and that prevented the Grizzlies from really taking hold, particularly when John Calipari was the coach. But you fast forward to the present, and people still care deeply and passionately about the Tigers, and are probably more hurt by their struggles than they would be by Grizzlies struggles, because that runs deep. But there's no getting around the fact that the Grizzlies are the better product right now. There was a time where I could lay 2 tickets to a Memphis UAB game or 2 tickets to a Grizzlies Pacers game on a table and say, hey, take whatever one you want, have fun. And people would pick up Tigers UAB before they'd pick up Grizzlies Pacers. Now, that's not even close to true. Everybody would pick up the Grizzlies because of Ja Morant, because they're legitimately good, because the future is bright. And I can just tell you, as Penny struggles and the Grizzlies continue to move in the right direction, in a place where it looks like they'll be competing for Western Conference championships soon, there are going to be more and more people who decide my money is better spent on Grizzlies tickets than Tigers tickets, and that's obviously problematic for the athletic department.
All right, he is Gary Parrish at Gary Parrish CBS. See him on CBS Sports Network. Read him at cbssports.com. His poll attacks column is really good each week. The dude from Kansas City's, I guess, out of it this week. He got in line, so Gary will find somebody else. Gary, thank you for the time. Great talking with you. We greatly appreciate it.
It's always my pleasure. Appreciate hearing from you guys. Take care.
All right, buddy. Take care. Gary with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. From Jared Burson of ESPN, Bruce Pearl has become only the second Division I coach in basketball history to lead 2 different teams to a number 1 ranking for the first time.
Oh, okay, so he was the first one to get
Tennessee
to number 1?
That is
wow,
correct.
Tennessee had never been number 1 before.
Never been number 1 before Bruce Pearl led them to number 1.
Well, I know he got Tennessee to number 1. I was just shocked that they had never been number 1 before.
Because Tennessee's got some really good basketball history.
They do, but here's the interesting thing. Who did he beat to get to number 1?
Both times?
No. Same coach both times.
Calipari?
Yeah. Beat Memphis and Calipari in 07 to get a number 1. I remember that game at FedEx Forum.
I remember that game as well.
And then beat Calipari and Kentucky to get a number 1 at Auburn. That's interesting.
Can you imagine, though, if he never would have gotten in the NCAA trouble, which was kind of ridiculous at Tennessee, if he would have stayed at Tennessee, how good that program would have been?
I think he would have won a national championship by now.
Yeah. Oh, I think he would have, too. And he may do it at Auburn. If you heard Gary there, this team is better defensively, which travels in an NCAA tournament. Defense doesn't go away usually.
Yeah, I don't get a lot right. I think I might have been the first to say Auburn was the best team in basketball.
This year? I remember you saying that,
Yeah. It's a good poll question. Somebody, 100, we're just flying through the Farmfolio chat room today.
I saw this poll question.
Which is more surprising from back in October right now, that Auburn's number 1 in the country or Alabama's out of the AP poll?
Auburn won.
Now, I'd be more surprised Alabama out of the poll.
Yeah.
Of the poll?
Yeah, out of the poll. Excuse me.
More surprising to me is that Alabama is out of the poll. Auburn rising to number 1.
You could have convinced me of that one. You couldn't have convinced me that at some point this Alabama team would be unranked.
Because they have beaten, Alabama has beaten, in the Ken Palm this morning, they've beaten the number 1, number 4, number 11, and number 13 teams in the Ken Palm.
That's what's so strange. Now, I would say this about it, and I do agree.
Number 3's on the way, by the way.
Sink that in. Alabama would be out of the top 25. But when you start to look at teams like Gonzaga and Baylor, you really didn't think they were going to go anywhere at the top.
Yeah, exactly.
And if Gonzaga beats this Jekyll and Hyde Alabama team, Gonzaga probably doesn't relinquish
they may not,
Alabama's beaten 1, 4, 11, and 13. They've lost to 5 Auburn, 44, 49, 60, 68, and 137. Almost lost to the 137th team in the net for a second time on Saturday.
That is so bizarre, the way they play Missouri. Yeah. So bizarre.
Well, a lot of people would say you played to your competition.
Yeah, it's not going to stun me if they beat Baylor.
Yeah, because
that one wouldn't stun me.
But playing to your competition in the NCAA tournament is really dangerous.
That's how you get bounced in the first round.
That is correct. Yes.
That's right. When you're 5-12 or 4-13.
That 12's every bit as good as you are.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happens when you don't like the name on the jersey. All right, always good catching up with Gary Parrish there. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. LT could see clearly that Auburn was good enough to be the best team in basketball, man. You used to not be able to see that good.
No, I did not, Dunaway. I wore the contacts for years. I wasted money on contacts and solution. If you're in that situation, you need to at least find out if LASIK is right for you. It's this simple. Write this number down, 969-8100. Call, ask for Amy, tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Jen Michelson, Dr. Mark Michelson, located right there, UAB Highlands. Michelson Laser Vision truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. See if LASIK is right for you in 2022. Call 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
I'll tell you another surprise for me in basketball. After beating Oregon State and Ole Miss on the road, I am surprised Sanford is 1-6 in the SoCon.
I am too.
They lose again to North Carolina Greensboro.
Yeah, but if you've seen
over the
Oregon
weekend.
State, they are not good.
Yeah. And Jack State, by the way, 5-0 in the ASUN.
That's right, Jim. Don't be so surprised by that.
They just beat Florida Gulf Coast. Tonight, they play Bellarmine, who's also 5-0 in the ASUN. 6 o'clock over at the Cockpit. What do they call that?
Well, it's Pete Matthews Coliseum. They
Pete
did call
Matthews
it, yes.
Coliseum.
I get some tickets.
What do they call it?
Over at the Pete.
They call it. They have a nickname.
I think it got called the Cockpit a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was also a service station over there called the Cockpit.
There's not going to be a bar called the Cockpit.
There should be.
Maybe there is. Maybe there is. When we come back, Trash with LT. Stay with us.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckbe couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckbe has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckbe store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckbe.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the Next Round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
Ush on Twitter at Next Round Live. Awesome college basketball talk with Gary Parrish on Next Round Live. You know, we get painted as a football show all the time, but we generally love college basketball.
I used to, it used to be maybe my second favorite sport. I don't know about you guys. I'll start getting into it once football is really over. I mean, once we get into the middle of February through March. I don't love, November, December, January basketball as much as I used to.
Well, I mean, there are so many big games there that it's fun to watch. I wish some of those big out-of-conference games were happening like this weekend. This Saturday Big 12 SEC Challenge is on a very good Saturday because the NFL doesn't play until Sunday.
Well, and it's the first Saturday we haven't had football since August.
I find myself getting sucked into random games. The other night, it wasn't even a great game. I watched a lot of Butler UConn.
Oh, yeah.
It was Tim Branto and Steve Lavin on FS1, and I just got sucked in. I don't know why. UConn didn't even have that good a crowd there. But I get sucked into random ones.
UConn's a good team, too, and I think a fortunate loss for Auburn. I mean, I think
it's not a bad loss. Top 25 team.
The feeling is different right now if this team is unbeaten. I mean, you're carrying the pressure of being number one already. That puts a target on your back. If you also had the pressure of being unbeaten, I don't know if that's a comfortable situation. Later in the show, when we're not around trash, let's pull up the Auburn schedule and see if you can tell me where you think a loss will come on this schedule. Because LT, you also called it a few weeks ago that if they get by Kentucky, it may be a while before they lose. So
I've got them at 3 losses.
Okay, so let's find where we think the next Auburn loss will happen. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Poor Boys, Brownie, you've heard me talk about the Poor Boys. I've yet to have a poor. That's maybe the only thing on the menu I haven't had yet is a Poor Boy.
Well, that's your fault.
Yeah, next time, Poor Boy, I'm going to go for that. They've even grilled me some chicken on a stick, but the fried chicken on a stick is tremendous as well. The tamales with that Mississippi recipe is wonderful. The chicken tenders, the kids love those. They're huge, too. Good white meat chicken tenders made right there. Champy's world famous fried chicken, champyschicken.com for lunch today, also to go. Couple of things to keep an eye on the NFL. Tom Brady dodging, non-committal right now in his future. Aaron Rodgers, you know what it was like last year with Aaron. He may not be back with the Packers. And Sean Payton is non-committal on whether or not he's going to coach the Saints next year.
And he's ghosting them. People have said he's completely – you can't get in touch with him right now. So nobody knows what's going on.
Yes. And by the way, Jonathan Allen, of former Alabama star with the Washington football team, says he has seen the name and the uniform combinations and says, quote, "You're going to love it."
Okay.
That's what he said. They make that announcement on February the 2nd for the new logo. It'll have to be amazing for me to love it right out of the gate because I hated the Panthers. I hated the Jaguars. Loved the Buccaneers.
I still hate the Panthers and Jaguars.
I loved the Buccaneers. Was not a big fan of the Seahawks to start with, but that grew on me pretty quickly because it is so
I always
unique.
like the Seahawks. Yeah. I think they're a little wild. Like when they wear the Sharpie stuff, it's a little too much.
Yeah. But usually, the Texans, It didn't do a whole lot for me.
I like the color combination.
Titans had to grow on me. Didn't like that initially. So it'll take
what is the Washington team name? Do we have that yet?
February 2nd. Okay. They make the announcement.
The rumor is the Admirals?
That's the rumor, yeah. He's seen it. He says we're going to love it.
All right.
So we'll find out.
I'll wait and see.
Trash time now. Every day brought to you by Mortgage Right. Let's hit it, Rockstar.
Retired Army Lieutenant General Lieutenant. Oh, I'm scared. Well, Joe, are we having Hurtling joining us?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, if you're in need of some quick cash, keep those New Year's resolutions afloat. A cash out refinance might be your answer. You can make your most expensive resolutions a reality by taking advantage of your home equity. Whether it's building a home gym to lose a few extra pounds or backpacking across Europe, you can count on the experts at Mortgage Right to make getting cash in your pocket easy. Ring in the new year the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start first with a DeLorean story. The story of Ty DeLorean is an odd one. Now, we first heard his name when learning that a man claiming to be John DeLorean's lost long son, although we can't confirm this anywhere, is being sued by a trademark infringement by a Texas company that owns the rights to the DeLorean Motor Company brand. Oh. As most people know, the DeLorean is the one featured in Back to the Future.
A guy in my neighborhood had one when I was a kid growing up, and it was right around, obviously, the time Back to the Future came out. We thought it was the most incredible thing.
What did he do for a living?
I don't really know. I didn't know the guy. He would drive past my house in it. We'd be out playing in the yard.
Narcotics?
Probably.
Yeah, I only saw one on South Side back when it used to be, what was the bar on the corner? What was it called? Louis, when it was called Louis. And it looked like it was a piece of you-know-what.
I just remember one of my friends saying there's only 7 of those in the whole world.
Well, there's got
to be more
than that. You had to wash it with a lemon because of the stainless. There was something weird. Well, anyway, Ty's been accused of trying to pass off his 3-wheel prototypes as legitimate DeLorean vehicles. He claims that the movie companies, automakers, and the Taliban have all reached out to him to get their hands on cars in question.
Taliban. Man, that Taliban,
man. I got it on the screen. Look at that. That's a good-looking car.
Yeah, but I love the fact that it's movie producers, millionaires, and the Taliban.
Yeah. Now, Ty said that he received an email from the militant group showing interest and praise for his accomplishments. The email says that Ty's cars would be ideal for the roads of Afghanistan. To which Ty thinks, quote, "In my ambition, which is sometimes bigger than reality, I'd like to see the vehicle as a peace symbol if you like my father's was. If you like how my father's was. It could be used to negotiate with the Taliban and help get them to start dropping some of their hardline stances. They seem like they'd be easy to negotiate with, right?
The Taliban?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. We'll do that. Thank you.
We'd like your car. I have no Taliban.
like my car.
I do not have a Taliban
We
accent.
like your car.
What would it take?
I do not want your life.
Rising prices have already taken a toll on how many Americans feel about their finances. Now, even as the economy recovers and employers roll out wage increases to attract and retain workers amid an ongoing labor shortage, most workers say it's not enough in the face of soaring inflation. Americans now say they need to be making roughly $122,000 a year to feel financially healthy. This is more than double the national average, by the way, according to a report from financial services website Personal Capital. Now, the 2022 Wealth and Wellness Index found that how people feel about their financial health is largely determined by their income as well as their amount of debt and savings they have. Now, with inflation already taking a bite out of the wage gains from 2021, most workers said that increasing expenses, not getting paid enough, are preventing them from shaking off the effects of the COVID pandemic. Now, the labor market is strong and retail growth is ticking upwards, but we're also dealing with recent market volatility and record high inflation. According to Craig Burke, the Personal Capital's CIO, he said, quote, "It's very unsettling for many." Further, a growing number of Americans, which I can see, are influenced by what they see on social media. Unrealistic expectations.
It is. And it's, like for me, I spend a lot more money running around with you two because y'all are so wealthy.
That's right. Yeah, that's what I like doing.
Yeah.
Just going out and flaunting it.
Brown just asked me, Brave, I'm going to the Super Bowl. I told him I can't afford it.
Yeah.
He'll go, though.
He'll end up being there.
Yes, I know the answer.
Got to beat San Francisco first. Got to beat San Francisco. And there is an outside shot I would go.
And the trouble I get into, he'd say, Dunaway, you want to go to the Super Bowl? I'd be like, okay.
All right.
Here's my credit card.
Let me pay the airfare.
Rocky has put
I'll buy
together
your lunch.
something awesome. I'm going to save this for last. I'll circle back.
All right.
I had to read these aloud yesterday, by the way. This is a weird story. A dead Chilean football player is being celebrated the world over after his former teammates arranged for him to score one last goal from his coffin.
Oh, wow.
As a farewell tribute. Jaime Escandar died in the final days of 2021 with his friends at his side.
I just saw a picture.
Now, they positioned his coffin in a 6-yard box, and a teammate kicked the ball onto the coffin so it would rebound into the goal.
It's like bad putt golf.
Roman candles going and everything. He scored!
So he finally
scored.
So he scored one last goal.
Can you do the goal, Rocky? Can you?
Goal!
Jaime.
Anything to celebrate, right?
Wow. One last goal for Jaime.
It jumped on top of the casket.
The first one hit the post. They had to slide it and angle it a little different.
Somebody move Jaime.
That's awful.
Anyway, although little was known about the man, the video filmed back on January 3rd on the outskirts of Santiago quickly went viral with sites across Latin America highlighting the passion and devotion shown by fans. According to one of his teammates, Felipe, quote, he brought us together. And Felipe's the guy that filmed it. Quote, what he leaves us with is that unity. We didn't think that video would get shared all around the world because he was just an ordinary guy. I don't know if that's the best way I want to be described as an ordinary guy.
Just an ordinary guy.
Well, he lived. He breathed.
Yep.
I mean, like, somewhere down the road, are they going to sing a country song in Chile, Prop Me Up Next to the Goal? Because we used to sing Prop Me Up Next to the Jukebox.
Is this going to be the next thing? Gender reveal has become something.
Yeah.
Now we've got to figure out what somebody's doing in death.
Good. In the game last night, or maybe it was in our Rams-Bucks game, there was a gender reveal commercial.
Oh, that's funny.
I forget what car it is.
I think it's a Volkswagen. I'm not sure.
She's driving.
Mercedes.
Oh, it's incredible. No, it's, yeah.
She's driving down and she's covered in blue. He's got, I may have gotten a spot on my shoe.
He's roasting her. And he keeps moving further and further
says,
back.
You get in the back.
She
says, you know what? You're more annoying back there. Come back up here.
But you know these trends are going to come out. Have you finished Curb yet, Rocky?
I have not. Have you finished Yellow Jackets yet?
I have finished Yellow Jackets.
Good. What'd you think?
Boy, I can't wait for the second season. Incredible. Yeah. Really, really good.
I will tell you, there's no gender reveal on Ozark.
But there's one episode in this season of Curb where Albert Brooks decides the new thing is going to be having your funeral before you die, where people can say good things and you can actually watch. So he has the memorial at his house. He's upstairs with his girlfriend watching on closed circuit in their bedroom. And they've got different people like John Hamm speaking. And when Larry David gets up there, he just roasts the hell out of him. So
turns out Albert's a little bit of a hoarder for the vaccine.
He was hoarding.
Has any of you guys finished the Great British Cook-Off for the year?
I have not.
I've never seen an episode.
Don't spoil it. Please don't.
Yeah.
Well,
let's hold that.
Giuseppe.
Do they make shepherd's pie?
Giuseppe had a tough time during the baking portion to
Giuseppe
get into the
always
finals.
does. Yeah.
Giuseppe.
Now, it's a new year, and for the beloved M&M's characters, a new look as well. The candy company has revamped not just its logo, but also the chocolate characters that have in the last 70-odd years become a core part of its brand. Now, the change may seem a little subtle at first, as much of them come down to footwear. Two of the shoes that the M&M's have shoelaces, while the green M&M is wearing sneakers instead of the high-heeled boots. I don't know how anybody in the hell would notice this.
I mean, I think maybe they've overthought this a
brown
little bit.
M&M is still wearing high heels. The shoe appears to be less dramatic and more comfortable. Very good for the brown M&M. The blue M&M is wearing the same boot-like shoes, while the ones worn by the orange M&M now have ties instead of untied laces.
Why are they doing this?
Now, the other comes in the form of personality. The green M&M is no longer striking a flirty pose. The two visible female characters, green and brown, would sometimes be presented as competing for attention in past advertisements. The new look brand representatives say, quote, they have come, quote, together throwing shine and not shade. It's really dumb.
Yeah. We think about too much stupid crap in our world.
You think? Maybe?
I liked it better when we just thought the green M&M made us horny back in middle school. Did y'all ever have those?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
That was an urban legend.
That was an urban legend.
Yeah.
There was something in the green dye.
You were in middle school. You shouldn't have needed help.
Good point.
I think it was just a sexual conversation piece between a couple of adolescents.
Probably so.
That wanted to take that next step. I like the peanut butter M&M the best. Peanut M&M second.
That's me
the
too.
original M&M is distant for me.
Do you remember the crispy M&M? They may still have those. I
didn't
kind of
like
like
the crispy.
those.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of those.
I kind of like those.
Yeah, and I love and I ate some last night, the pretzel with the peanut butter in the middle, but I don't like the pretzel M&Ms that much.
I can't wait
I
to
didn't like that.
And the caramel M&Ms are no good.
I can't wait till this M&M conversation makes it into our Alabama governor's commercials. And they're trying to make our M&Ms be woke. I will not stand for it.
Is that what they're doing, though? Is it
Have you seen these commercials?
No, I've seen those commercials. I'm saying, is that what's behind the M&M thing?
Oh,
Yes.
it has to be.
Oh, yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's what that was about? Was
You
like,
realize they made the M&Ms get vaccinated.
What?
Okay, this is
What's
good.
going to identify as a Skittle next?
Probably will. Okay, so Rockstars put this together. This is some awkward social encounters, real awkward social encounters.
Wait till you see the Wienermobile with a mask on.
This is for Dunaway, by the way.
All right, this is for Dunaway.
Some of these are really good. Okay, first one. One time I was pulling out of a gas station. I noticed a really good-looking guy filling up his car. For some weird reason, completely against how I normally behave, I blew him a kiss, then proceeded to drive straight into the back of a taxi.
Oh, it's awful.
This next one might be the best. I work at a bank, and this lady came in with a $150,000 check. To make a little conversation, I said, "Oh, wow, I wish I had one of these." She looked me straight in the face and said, "It's a life insurance check. I would still rather have the person."
Oh, wow. That is so me.
Oh, I'll get that deposit.
That is so me. I'm sorry for your loss.
Here's another one. This is good. And these are real awkward social encounters. I broke up with my girlfriend in a restaurant. She started crying. Everyone thought I'd proposed and started clapping.
No.
Yeah,
Why would you do it at a restaurant?
You never see that in the movies. Well, because she can't yell at you then, bro.
That's a good point.
You're leaving me for her?
A car ride home is going to be awkward.
Yeah.
This one coming from autocorrect in a text.
I've done this.
When you get back to our room, can you just double check to see if there is a little person on my bed? She meant to say purse.
Turns out.
I mean, some of these word. I mean, how do they? I don't understand how it all works. Do you have to type that word a lot for sometimes for certain words to default into something when you
She probably spelled
But
it. She probably spelled it PERSE and it's with person.
Yeah.
But how does yours identify between SEC and sex? Because I bet you send those all the time.
Interchangeable, Lance. Yeah. Interchangeable.
I have sent that a lot.
Maggie knows what it is.
Man, I don't think the sex will lose today.
Okay, final awkward social encounter. This one's good.
SEX.
Tonight I walked past a couple fighting on the corner. My tipsy self decided to yell out, "Just hug it out." The girl replies, "You wouldn't be just hugging it out if it was your sister who was doing 5 months with your boyfriend's baby."
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry. Y'all have a good night. Hope you work it out.
Go Dogs.
Hug it out.
That's a rough one there.
Yeah, all right. That is Trash with LT brought to you by.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate a little debt to free up some funds, cash out refi, it could be exactly what you need. Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. If you're ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket, then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR.
Chris says use voice to text. Chris, I'm from Alabaster. That's even more chaotic than me actually texting.
Sorry. Do not know what you're saying.
All right, back in a moment as we roll on. Open phone lines in the final hour of the show today as Auburn is officially number one in the AP poll. Alabama has Jermaine Burton from the portal. Shane Lee and others are out at USC in the portal. Timmy Change, the coach at Hawaii. And my Buccaneers are about to break up. Sad music, Rockstar. Back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo
Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, one collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Ashley's fantastic. Autocorrect, true story. I once set up a sex plans for 2015 meeting when I was working at the Worldwide Leader. Fastest responses ever from the staff.
Oh, wow.
Yikes.
Dave, why do you keep texting me?
One time, this is not awful, but one time it was during the U.S. Open, and somebody texted me a question, and I was trying to write back something about the shot he hit. But the O and the I are very close on the keypad if you're texting.
Oh, yeah, they are.
In fact, they're right next to one another, and I accidentally hit the I, and shot became.
Yeah.
The text was with my pastor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pastor Danny understood.
Well, he understood. He got a big kick out of it.
He's an Auburn fan. He's heard that word before.
Yes, he understood.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not in basketball lately, though.
My retired pastor now.
They're up to number
I've
one
retired
now.
him.
Hey, Rockstar, if you can give me cut number 4. The atmosphere, you heard Gary Parrish say it now. Gary Parrish has been everywhere. And he said he looked around the arena on Saturday and said, man, I am thankful that I'm here for CBS covering this Kentucky-Auburn game at Auburn Arena so I can see this. Here's KD and Walker after their win talking about the atmosphere at Auburn Arena in the jungle.
What is it like to play in a game like this in front of fans who absolutely just adore y'all?
To me, it feels like a movie. I never played in nothing like this. It's just so fun. I feel like it's something different every game. You know, I don't get bored of them doing the same thing. They always mess it up. You know, they camped out yesterday, and I went out there yesterday to go show my appreciation and take a picture with them. So I love them.
Yeah, I mean, they show up every game. The atmosphere is electric. It's loud. I mean, you know, we wouldn't be in the position where we are right now probably if it wasn't for the fans. So, you know, big gratitude on our part to them.
Quick question, which one's KD?
The gold, the chain gives it right away, doesn't it?
Which is bigger, that guy's DeLorean car or the KD's there? Speaking of DeLorean, Wade says, I saw a DeLorean in the Tuscaloosa Target parking lot several months ago.
God, how old is that thing? When's the last time they made a DeLorean?
Yeah, from DBs being bought in the 80s, right?
Yeah, I mean, that thing has been around a long time.
Yeah,
I bet you can't get service on those things either.
I bet it'd be tough.
Yeah. Sir, I do not know. I am so sorry.
I'm going to text our friend Bo O'Neill out at Alfa Romeo, see if they could service a DeLorean.
I guarantee my buddy Brian Benton has worked on one.
Ooh, I wouldn't guarantee that.
I bet he has.
Pretty rare, man.
I bet Brian, hit me up on Twitter, man. You're listening right now. Let me know if you've ever worked on a DeLorean.
Was the engine in the back on the DeLorean?
I don't think so.
Oh. Where was I the other day? It was some lady in a parking lot somewhere in a Porsche. And I forget that the engine's in the back of those and the trunk's in the front.
You have to put plutonium in right here.
Yes. And
capacitor.
And she's standing, like I was blocked by the view, but she's standing there with her hands like up, and it's, you know, the trunk in the front. I'm like, what is this lady doing in a parking lot working on her car? And I felt like an idiot when I came around and saw she was in the trunk.
What was the car that became such a hazard? Because
the Fiero.
No,
I promise you.
It was
something in the 70s.
It was the Pinto, wasn't it?
It was the Pinto.
I thought the Fiero had the
issue. You touched it and it blew up. It was very...
You just hit the very bumper at less than 35 miles per hour and it exploded.
Yeah. They didn't have that issue with the Fiero as well? I think I remember that when I was a kid. Boy, those things were hot and nasty.
Badger had a Fiero, didn't he?
He did. I can't remember. I
think it was a Gold Fiero.
Jeannie got one.
Yeah, Jeannie
Ferris
had
got
one.
a computer.
Ferris.
Now, those are hot in Calhoun County, the Fiero. I know that's no surprise to you guys.
We had a fraternity brother, Tony Fiero. I think that was his last name, who I always thought should have driven a Fiero. I thought it would have worked out really well.
You thought that?
Yeah.
You know what you should drive? Don't walk away from me.
Come back, Tony. I'm not even sure I'm saying his last name right anymore. All right, top of the hour here. Basketball over the weekend.
My last name's Thompson. Why should I drive here?
Penny Hardaway apologized. I don't know if he needed to apologize, but he said he shouldn't have acted that way. We saw the rant last week. His team has got to get better. North Carolina struggling to just make the tournament now.
I mean, look, their last two losses by a combined 50 points. And Hubert Davis, I didn't understand the hire. I just didn't. And where they are right now, this is trending in the wrong direction. They're 4.5-point favorite against Virginia Tech tonight. Maybe they get right in this game. But they've been bad.
I told you about Bellarmine and Jack State tonight. Bobby Hurley will not coach tonight for Arizona State. Suspended and paid a $20,000 fine because he got into an argument with an official at the end of the Stanford loss over the weekend. Free throws in this game. Arizona State was 7 of 9.
Okay.
Stanford was 32 of 41 from the line.
They had 41 free throws to 9?
Including the 3 at the end to hit 3 free throws to win it 79-76.
So, wait a minute. They had 41 free throws and still barely won the game?
79-76 on a foul 3 at the buzzer, and they gave him 3 shots from the line.
You know, that's something we didn't bring up from the Auburn-Kentucky game. It was 29-10 Auburn. You know, Auburn had a problem getting to the line.
Yeah. Not a problem on Saturday. No. Got there plenty. Auburn's number 1 in the AP poll. 1 hour to go on the show that is being brought to you in part today by our friends at Farmfolio. Brownie, the chat room is on fire today. Tell us about Farmfolio.
It's been hopping. If you're worried about market volatility, check today, by the way, or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
Up or down?
Not good.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the next round and get $100 off your next roof replacement.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild, custom, and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Fans of Twin Peaks, make sure you stay up to date by signing up for their e-club. Stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show. Phone lines are open on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. For those in the back, or Jeff from Anderson, that is 734-0923. I know Niner. I don't know the rest of them. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Forrester. Lunsford off today on his way to play in the touring circuit of the World Series of Poker. His beautiful wife, Laurel, sending a picture. They stopped off at an Elvis Presley birthplace on the way over there. Is what it looks like.
Elvis was born in Tupelo, right?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Tupelo.
I thought they were Elvis fans.
Well, I think they just like...
Of course, I say that. I went to Graceland. I wasn't an Elvis fan.
I went to Graceland, and I wasn't an Elvis fan.
One time I was going to the beach. You know, when you get off at Georgiana there, Hank Williams' birthplace is nearby. I went by it. It wasn't real impressive. I mean, like, his family weren't millionaires or anything. They lived in some random house. I mean, I just drove by it. I didn't go in or anything. Could be nice on the inside.
Honks, nobody waved.
Yeah. You also took me to the house from
Full House.
Full House,
Yep.
yeah.
That was for my kids, actually, or for my oldest daughter.
Was that impressive?
Oh, I don't know. It's a townhome on some random street.
But it's in San Fran, right?
Oh, it is in San Fran, yeah.
I mean, it's a pretty penny there to start with.
It is. I think the more iconic spot there is the park that they're having the picnic in, which is pretty close to that house.
But does it have a bunch of tents and homeless people in it now?
It did when we were out there. It may now. I have no idea.
Hypodermic needle.
Deflated balloons.
Yeah.
Wow.
I got that, Jeff. But that's a more iconic spot. But when we drove past that, there's a little dirt patch where people stand where they were having the picnic and make a photo, because it's got like the bay and I think the Golden Gate Bridge in the background.
Yeah.
San Francisco's a really pretty town. It's a shame it's...
And their football team plays the Rams this week in the NFC Championship. Let's do the headlines, brought to you by our friends Tom Beckbe, Brownie.
Jimmy
Take me
D.
a long sip.
Oh, I took me a long sip. Here's what happened with old Tom Beckbe's people. They were looking for good-looking outdoor clothing that was great in the field, functional in the field, looked great in the city and office as well. Couldn't find what they liked, so they made their own. Started with a jacket in 2015. Now an entire line. It draws inspiration from natural settings with classic outdoor equipment, time-tested rugged materials. See it for yourself. Tom Beckbe store in the Mountain Brook Village, or online, tombeckbe.com. That's Beckbe, tombeckbe.com. Great Alabama company.
Yeah, absolutely. There, Gary Parrish was on earlier talking about what he saw this weekend with Auburn beating Kentucky. New AP poll is out. Auburn is 1, Gonzaga 2, Arizona 3, Baylor 4, Kansas 5. It is the first time in basketball history that Auburn is the number 1 AP poll team. Bruce Pearl after the win on Saturday against Kentucky.
Well, I mean, I think we held serve. We did what we were supposed to do. This was an incredible opportunity to have Kentucky at home. Both teams are playing very well. And so with Ty going down and us being at home, we did what we were supposed to do. There wasn't a lot of water splashing around our locker room. We didn't win a championship. We're not cutting down nets. We were good enough today to beat a really good team, a team that could be good enough to get to the Final Four. Now, we got work to do. We got to go on the road this week to Missouri. They beat Alabama at Missouri. They're a big, strong, physical team, and there's a big prize on our head.
Yeah, number 1 in the country. That does make a difference. Missouri probably not a big factor on the road, but Oklahoma coming to town, they're used to playing number 1 teams like Kansas and Baylor.
Yeah, what Gary just told you, Oklahoma's from the Big 12, which, as he said, doesn't really have a bad team. I want to say this, too, because we've talked.
There's a kid that plays for Oklahoma this year, and you guys, if you haven't watched any Oklahoma basketball.
I have not.
We talked about it at dinner the other night.
He looks like Mitch from Dazed and Confused. Rocky?
He's always doing this, just always. That's my go-to.
But Brown, you'll love
the
hair.
I'll look him up. We've talked a lot about the Auburn side of that, and rightfully so. They're the new number 1 team in the country. It was a great win for Auburn, and the reason it was a great win, that's a really good Kentucky team.
Oh, yeah.
When Washington is in there with them and they're full strength, that Kentucky team is going to be a handful. Auburn's going to win the SEC, I think. They've got a 2-game lead now, and Wimp has talked about their upcoming schedule. Wimp himself said they're going to win the SEC. But that's a really good Kentucky team. That's a good tournament team.
Speaking of which, Alabama still has to play on the road the number 1 team in Auburn, the number 12 team Kentucky, the number 19 LSU team, all on the road, and at home, number 4 Baylor and number 12 Kentucky. So 2 with Kentucky, and on the road at Auburn, on the road at LSU, and Baylor all at home coming up for Nate Oates' team, who had to battle back from 14 down in the second half to beat 137 in the KenPom, Missouri. It happened on Saturday. They did rally, but Nate Oates sees a problem brewing early in games.
We got to figure out a way to start games with better energy, no matter who the opponent is. We seem to have an issue playing to the level of our opponents, but I will give these guys, those guys that close that game, those 3 guards, JD, Darius, Rojas, a lot of credit on how they were able to close that game.
30-9 run to win the game by 10.
Well, the difference in this game came down to a couple of things. The reason Missouri was in it, Missouri was hitting their threes. I mean, they were drilling everything. They ended up 11-24 behind the arc. But Alabama, in the first meeting in Columbia, got dominated on the boards 43-31. They completely flipped the script. They won the boards, won the glass 44-30 on this one.
Britton Johnson playing early. I mean,
walk on.
Yeah, walk on. A guy you don't anticipate playing that early in a game. I mean, Nate Oates is looking for absolutely anything. I mean, look, Britton was a nice player, obviously, at Mountain Brook, and you like to see a kid like that do well, but Nate Oates did not plan on playing him in that capacity this season.
Yeah, well, there he is. You saw pictures of him. Rockstar, give me cut 6. Nate talked about it afterwards. How do you go to Britton Johnson early in a game when really it feels like your season is starting to slip away a little bit? Here's what Nate Oates said.
The one thing you're going to get out of BJ is he's going to play hard. He's going to do exactly what you tell him to do. He had been shooting the ball well in practice. Obviously, being in a game, maybe have some more nerves. But you saw he's played less than 3 minutes, had 3 offensive boards.
Yeah.
I mean, in other words, all you scholarship guys that are way more talented than Britton, take a look at this kid, right?
Yeah.
He's playing his tail off. Why are you not?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what that was, right?
He's going to go walk in there and get rebounds.
Yep.
And score and take advantage of his opportunity in the short time he was in there. So good for them. They get a win. As I said, for Alabama at Georgia, nothing's a given. Should be a win, though, on the road. And then home game with Baylor coming up this upcoming weekend. Auburn on the road at Missouri should be a win. Then home game with Oklahoma. You like Auburn anytime they're at Auburn Arena. UAB with a big win. They're at Western Kentucky, another challenging game in Conference USA. Big win for UAB. They're 41 in the KenPom. Really good place for Andy's team right now as they look like the best team as expected in Conference USA. All right. Part of our show right now being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports, and then we'll jump back into the National Football League conversation, which includes some amazing television ratings from this past weekend and what many are calling the best NFL playoff weekend ever.
From pediatrics to geriatrics, those injuries started to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. They are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Jeff, by the way, in the Farmfolio chat room, I know UAB had some good teams under Gene Bartow years ago. What was the highest AP ranking they ever had? I do not know. I'll find out for you, but I do know they were an Elite 8 game against Louisville away from going to the Final Four one year in the early 80s. So they were the first team in our state to make it to the Elite 8.
You were 8th at that point.
Yeah, so you were in the final 8th at that point.
That's where you were.
All right, in the National Football League this past weekend, just every game was a walk-off win. Every game was a walk-off win. The most impressive game of the weekend was the last one we saw. Chiefs defeat the Bills 42-36 in overtime. And I'm seeing a stat right there on the screen. First postseason game where opposing quarterbacks threw for 300-plus yards, 3 touchdowns, and no interceptions. Is that great quarterback play, bad defense, combination of both? What'd you think?
Well, probably a combination of both. But still, I mean, to complete over 70%, both of them, of their throws, to not make any mistakes, there were some blown coverages and some wide-open guys. But, the pass – back to the Tyreek Hill Deuces play to retake the lead late in that game, that pass was an incredible pass. I mean, just spot on the money. So, I mean, there was and there was a couple of Gabriel Davis, too, that Josh Allen were able to make. So, I think there's a little bit of combination, but that was elite quarterback play.
Who was the DB on the last Gabriel Davis I don't know how that guy shows his face again.
The one that fell?
Yeah. Oh. He got so crossed up right
lingerie
there.
on the deck.
I mean, I don't know how I think I saw Clay Travis tweet. Yeah, he's got to retire right now. Like in the next huddle, you have to retire. I am out. I'm not playing again. That was so embarrassing.
Yeah.
I don't even know the guy's name either. I don't know which TV it is. That's on me.
I think he was in there for the honey badger.
He might have been. I don't know. But
that's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it if I'm a Chiefs fan.
Yeah,
on that one.
I mean, that's an NFL defensive back, and Gabriel Davis, who's far from an elite receiver in the NFL.
Give me the TV ratings that you heard about Kansas City.
This is incredible.
Now, to put it in the context of Iron Bowl in our state, right? And I think and correct me if I'm wrong, I think Iron Bowl in our state gets into the high 70s
in share, which is the percentage of TVs actually in use.
So we'll say 79% for an Iron Bowl of every TV that is turned on is watching Alabama and Auburn play football.
Where are we on Super Bowls for the Birmingham market?
It'd be lower.
Yeah,
It's good.
I'd probably
really
say
good.
50s or 60s.
Yeah. Now, I will tell you this. If you'll give me 2 seconds here, I will tell you what the overtime of the Iron Bowl was as far as share goes.
Okay.
78.
78.
No, wait a minute. That's SEC championship game. My apologies. 80.
80.
So 78 in the SEC championship game.
And I find it hard to believe
in the Iron Bowl
that any of these markets could outdo that, just based on the fact that these are large markets. There's other things to do. Although they might be huge fans of these teams, Alabama and Auburn, there's something a little bit different when you're talking about both fan bases. So to outdo 80 would be incredible.
What did Kansas City do?
From 8:45 to 9 Central Time. So that's what was probably the 2-minute warning on, right? About 15 minutes. Is that about how long that took?
Yeah, about 300 yards of offense.
Yes. Bills, Chiefs, and Kansas City had a 90 share.
Wow.
Is that even believable?
ABC, and this is from Fox, ABC, NBC, Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, A&E, Turner Classic Movies, and TLC each had a 1 share. PBS had a 2 share. I don't know what was on PBS.
Turner Classic Movies
I know,
last
and
night.
PBS.
Downton Abbey was on.
Bills, Chiefs had a 90 share. Again, guys, that's the percentage of TVs in use. So if all the TVs turned on,
9 out of every 10.
9 out of every 10 were on that game in Kansas City. 8 out of every 10 in Birmingham. Birmingham, Anniston, Tuscaloosa was one TV market during the overtime of the Iron Bowl world, which I thought you'll never see that. I mean, what could you show that gets 80% of TVs watching? Overtime of the Iron Bowl, apparently, and the end of the most classic game in the history of football, apparently, in Kansas City.
See if
It
you
got
can
9 out of 10.
see if you can get before the end of the show what it was here watching on CBS here locally. I'd love to see what that was.
Was that yesterday?
Yeah.
That won't be till tomorrow. It's a day delayed in Birmingham now.
Now it is?
Yeah.
Oh, we used to get them overnight.
I know. It's a day delayed in Birmingham. I can get it for you tomorrow if you want.
When I was Jimmy News anchor.
Yeah, if you'll remind me tomorrow, I'll get it. So you want what? The CBS rating?
Yeah, I'd like to know what CBS 42, how many of us were watching that compared to the 90s.
But did you mention the Buffalo market, though?
I haven't seen the Buffalo market yet. I'll see if I can find it.
I would think that
I would say
Kansas
it's
City
about the
fans
same.
are passionate, but I would say Buffalo's got to be right there with them.
Yeah, I would say it's about the
And
same.
you couldn't be out getting dinner in the blizzards.
No.
Yeah. Interesting. So that was one side of it. If you see me in my, you have another one?
Well, I was just going to say real quick, I mean, there's just nothing, for those that don't follow TV ratings, there is, the NFL is just the unicorn. I mean, it is the highest rated thing, not sports thing. It is the highest rated sports thing. It's the highest rated thing on TV, period. Nothing on TV is watched like the NFL. It's just incredible how they've come to this. These games this weekend, the ratings for these games, guys, will be through the roof. Every one of the games went down to the end, and there was nothing else on.
It may end up being the biggest television weekend ever.
I mean, I would think it probably is.
Or at least since we got away from just 3 channels.
Yeah, non-Super Bowl.
Yeah. All right, over in the Farmfolio chat room, Jeff says Birmingham needs an NFL team and a beluga well, going back to the 80 and the Iron Bowl there. Bob says Fournette should have gone down at the 1 before the last Buck touchdown.
You can't do it. You got to tie that game out. There's no given that you're going to get him from the 1 yard line.
Oh, what he's talking about on that 4th down play?
Yeah.
Hey, you
got to score.
Your guy, as good as McVay is, completely bailed the Buccaneers out.
Oh, yeah, with the timeout.
With that timeout. I don't know how many Buccaneers knew it was 4th down.
Well,
I know Brady did because
McVay from the angle thought it was a first down.
Well, and I did too, and I thought they moved the chains.
They did move the chains, Brown. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
If you go back and look, I don't know if they reset them up, but I saw the chains lay down.
That's right, because it would have been 1st and goal.
Right, it would have been 1st and goal, and I thought I saw them lay the chains down.
And if you watch, I can't remember who made the catch. Brait. It was
Yeah,
Brait.
Cameron Brait. Yep.
Brait hands it to the center, and much like the Cowboys game, the ref just comes running in, and all he does is touch it. Doesn't re-spot it. He just touches it. And then the head ref gets up and holds the fist up in Brady's face, saying, "This is fourth down."
Almost stopping him from snapping, saying it's fourth down.
Which I thought hockeyly, I mean, that's pretty good officiating to at least. But Brady and maybe Fournette were the only two people on the field that knew it was fourth down.
Well, Byron Leftwich, I thought it was a ballsy call on what they did on that fourth, and really about a foot and a half, because Tom Brady gets that sneak almost every single time.
Yeah. Almost, but boy, there was some big boys that were lined right over.
And that clock was going to run a little bit, and you'd have to get up and clock it and then reset everything. But that was a deep, tall sweep to Fournette. And Troy Reed, your 51, played it perfectly but couldn't make the tackle. Blew through. It was going to be about a 3-yard loss ball game.
You know, with all the turnovers and sacks and everything, to me, the biggest moment in the Cincinnati-Tennessee game was that 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, where Tennessee went for it and didn't get it. And on third down, the first play,
they go Tannehill.
They run a little zone read, and Tannehill gets hit in the backfield.
Yep.
And then they try to run Derrick Henry, and it was just so telegraphed and obvious that was coming, and he gets hit in the backfield. I'm like, Ryan Tannehill is one of the biggest quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yep.
Sneak it.
And one of the better, he's Brady-esque in sneaking the ball. And I thought to myself, I had no problem with you going for it. I hated the play call on 3rd and 4th down.
I love the quarterback sneak. I really do.
Do you know, and I saw, and Clay tweeted this because he was killing Vrabel for not sneaking it, or whoever the offensive coordinator is. Do you know the average 3rd or 4th and 1, the average yard gain on a quarterback sneak in the NFL? What would you think?
I'd say 1.5 yards.
Yeah, I'd say 1.5 yards.
1.8.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the average is 1.8. I mean, those are great odds for you.
Yeah.
If your average in the NFL is 1.8 on 3rd and 4th and 1 with a sneak.
You're 5 feet.
Yeah.
And most of those come down to about 2 feet. It's not even a full yard.
Well, I mean, even the Bucs, even though they agreed the call on the field, they did move it forward a little bit, which was exactly right. I thought it was a well-officiated game. They let them play in the secondary, which always benefits, I think everybody. They shouldn't. I don't like sometimes you can get too many pass interference calls in the National Football League. It's so penal to, get a 48-yard penalty. Let them play in that game. But it was a tough loss for my Bucs. If you're just joining us, that's what my T-shirt is. We're breaking up the team now. Your Rams are on to the NFC Championship, but they almost gave it away. The fact that they started to fumble and implode, does that concern you moving forward, or the fact that they didn't and won the game give you a little bit of confidence that maybe this is a team of destiny?
Yeah, look, it does. To me, it gives a little confidence because you can turn the ball over 4 times and you still win that game, blowing a 24-point lead. It's almost what happened 2 weeks ago to San Francisco. You blow a 17-point lead at home, almost the same circumstances, lose that game in overtime. The very next week, you probably play the best game of the season against Arizona. I fully expect that against San Francisco. Now, whether that equates to a win, a lot of this comes down to Jimmy Garoppolo, the fact that San Francisco's got their number. I do think they're a little more confident going into this game based on the fact they had San Fran down 17. Watching San Fran's offense this past weekend against Green Bay, now the Rams defense is playing at a higher level. Taylor Rapp will be back. My concern, I told Brown earlier, is right now where Cam Akers' head is. To have multiple fumbles, does he trust himself moving forward? He's such a big part of this offense.
Well, I saw Deebo Samuel celebrating leaving the turf at Lambeau Field after the game, with the cameras and
I thought he was
fans.
done on that final play.
He couldn't even put weight on it.
But with him hopping off, I just wonder what that's going to be like moving throughout the week because, even if he's only 90%, boy, that changes everything.
That's their whole offense.
He's the most valuable non-quarterback in that game. Would you give me that?
You talking about in the Rams game?
Yeah, Rams 49ers. I would say Deebo Samuel's the most valuable non-quarterback.
Yeah, because Cooper Kupp's had an MVP-like year, but because
you got other
so
options.
much goes through Deebo.
I mean, you could throw to Higbee, you could throw to OBJ, who's playing well right now, but Deebo Samuel is everything.
I just don't understand why they don't use Kittle more.
Great input over here, Bobby, in the Farmfolio chat room. When McVay called that timeout on the 4th down after the 47-yard field goal was short and Akers didn't put 2 hands on the ball and fumbling, I thought everyone within a mile of Lance was in grave danger.
Bobby, I said this earlier. I don't know if you were tuning in. It was the most of being a Rams fan for the last 4 decades. It was the most painful win I've ever been associated with. There was no enjoyment. There was an enjoyment for 2.5 quarters, and then it was completely wiped. Didn't really get to celebrate the win. It was miserable. But I'm glad it's over. I'm glad it's in the past. I wouldn't have been able to recover for that. And I told you guys earlier, I didn't throw anything. I had like 2 or 3 outbursts. I was in such shock there was no alcohol involved.
No,
so there was a lot of
I don't think there's any way you win that game in overtime.
Oh, I don't think so either.
That Brady was. Now look, the
you
one
made him bleed his own blood
because I think Matt Gay was going to miss a kick in overtime that would even if they would have had the first opportunity, 45, 50 yards. He just something's up with Matt Gay.
But your pass rush, the Rams pass rush, have basically made Brady a screen and swing pass quarterback. I mean, that's all they could really run, other than the deep ball to Mike Evans.
And you made a great comparison on Twitter.
Well, it was like watching Tiger Woods play 18 holes with nothing more than a 5-iron.
Yeah.
I mean, you had taken so much out of Brady's bag. That's all they could do is throw swing passes and screens.
But I feel like in his prime at Augusta, even with 5-irons, wedges, and putters,
I'd like his chance.
He'd have a chance of winning the game.
He's on the first page of the leaderboard, right?
I'll tell you what's frustrating is Brady, and this is the difference. If the Rams pass rush shows up like that next weekend, Garoppolo's got some serious issues because
no doubt,
the release from Brady, and I think we saw this graphic, and it might have been earlier this year, at his progressions, from year 1 to year 5 to year 10 to year 15, his release gets quicker and quicker.
Yeah, that was Collinsworth that showed that.
I mean, he's got the quickest release in football.
I'll take the Rams and give you 11 right now for a steak.
I'm not letting you touch my team at all.
It was the most heartbreaking loss of my sports life.
What was the other one? It was the Alabama-Notre Dame game back in the day?
That was probably the first time I cried. No, I think I cried, and I don't remember it. Alabama-Nebraska Orange Bowl.
I don't know.
Apparently, I had an asthma attack.
Were you beat up because of the fact you guys came back and tied it? Because going in, I don't think you think you were going to win the game.
I didn't think I was going to win.
We won a championship last year.
Yeah, we won a championship last year. I didn't think we were going to win the game. I mean, I'll be honest. A little of it was the fact that it was your team. I mean, I sat beside you and I was like, God, I don't want to hear, Rams this, Rams that. It'd be better if we win. And
I didn't even wear Rams gear.
You didn't. You
didn't. I didn't want to rub it in.
You've done wonderful today. But I knew I would be wonderful if the Bucs had won. I would treat you. I would treat you with nothing but class. I was concerned about that.
If the Bucs won with the last second field goal, would you have apologized? Texted an apology to Lance?
If the Bucs had won, he would have spent this entire show apologizing.
I would have.
We didn't deserve that win.
It would have been a horrible way to win. I would have taken it. But to be so far down, and I'll admit, you don't make excuses. You don't make excuses, and I'm not sure the penalties, the unsportsmanlike conducts have any factor in the game at all.
I think if they play that game 10 times, I think the Rams win 8 of them. I really do.
Without a doubt. Especially, Tampa Bay beat up all year long. Last year we were healthy. This year not healthy. That's the difference being champions, not champions. But those penalties really upset me in the first half. And then we were behind. We weren't playing well. We got suckered into the same thing we did against the Rams the first time and the Saints every time we play them, is the pass rush is so good that we forget to run the football. You play right into them when you stop trying to even run.
I was shocked. That's why I told you guys that I played the over 51.5 Fournette rushing yards, hit on 51. How you lose by a half yard is amazing. But, the first 2 runs, it was like
11
12,
and 11.
Yeah, I thought it was 12 and 10 or 11 and 11. But why you don't continue to do that, to take pressure off and then work in some play action and work in some Gronk and then take a couple of those shots to Mike Evans. I did not think Byron Leftwich had his best game at all.
And listen, I know you can't throw it deep to Mike Evans because you don't have time, but the NFL does call a lot of penalties. Mike Evans pushes off better than anybody in the league and gets a lot of calls.
I had one yesterday.
Yeah, gets a lot of calls for, inducing the contact.
He's a hard guy to officiate because of his size.
Yeah, and he runs into you, and he forces you to touch him. And just that natural reaction, you're going to run into me, I'm going to grab you because I don't want you to plow me. And why you don't throw it deep sometimes is because of the pass rush.
I'm a little surprised, though, because and I don't know if you're just saying it, I can't read you anymore when it comes to my team. But talking to Brown thinks the Rams are going to win because there's no way you can lose to a team 7 consecutive times in the NFL. But there are teams that have teams' numbers. You saw it with the Saints. You see it right now with the Rams. The 49ers absolutely have the Rams'
They
number.
do, but I don't understand why, because you're so much better than they are.
It makes no sense.
You're better at quarterback. You start there, right? You're better at pass rush, though it's closer there than anywhere on the field. But you've got a multitude of guys. They've got 2 that rush the passer.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
And you get your lineman back, right?
Yeah, so Whitworth, it's funny, his wife tweeted out because that was a big
But
story.
Noteboom played great, or whatever his name is.
Noteboom was really good. I was shocked at how well he played. And that was another problem with Wirfs being out for you guys. Your right tackle, the backup guy, he did not play well.
Yeah, he was
getting completely whipped. But it was funny. I think Melissa's her name, Whitworth's wife, tweeted out because it was a huge storyline against San Francisco in Week 18 at home. San Francisco fans bought up all those tickets. And she sent out any Rams fans that want to sell their tickets, we will buy them.
Yeah.
So let us know. Do not sell your tickets to 49ers fans.
Yeah, it's a huge thing because 49er fans were out in force. A lot of Rams fans in Tampa yesterday.
I saw it just watching some of the Rams fans that are on that get retweeted by different Rams Twitter sites. But I didn't really see them in the crowd, man.
Well, you could hear when Cooper
made that catch.
Make catch. Coop.
Well, that's because
that last
place was silent.
Yeah. Bob says Fournette and Henry played more than they should have. No, Fournette played exactly as much as he should have. They're not in the game without Fournette.
Fournette looked like he hadn't missed a beat.
Yeah.
Henry looked a step slow.
Yeah, Fournette should have played. Kevin, no crying on kick 6. Jimmy D, nope, did not. Had to go to work. Had to do 2 hours of live TV.
If you would have been at home, you would have been in the fetal position.
Oh, maybe. I mean, you back-to-back national champions at that point. At some point, you got to.
Yeah, but you like Alabama. Alabama's you're here. Tampa's you're here.
Oh no,
no.
I'm never watching Alabama football and not working.
No, but that's what I'm saying. If you would have been at home.
Yeah, no, I'm always working with Alabama football, so I can't. It's been my job. So, no, I told Brown with Brady coming, I mean, I would skip games when Jameis was the quarterback, but I've watched almost every play in the last 2 years, and now it's about to go back to being bad again.
You never know. Aaron Rodgers could be your guy. I hope he gets out of the NFC.
That would be fantastic. We got Aaron Rodgers.
Of course, you'll see once he gets to the postseason. A little different than your TB12.
You know what's going to happen? It's going to be a 3-team trade, and the Browns are going to get Rodgers, and we're going to get Baker Mayfield. We'll have great commercials in Tampa. All right, quick break here. When we come back, more from the NFL. What did you see this weekend? Lock of the day every day. LT's going to tweet it out a little bit later on. He thinks he has one dialed in, but he wants to check it a little bit later on. At the Lance Taylor, there's nobody better than Jeremy Purvis in the plumbing world, right? Got to have a good plumber on standby. That is Jeremy Purvis. Did he hit a trifecta again yesterday? What's it called? A parlay. A parlay. What's a trifecta?
He's out at the track.
Yeah.
I had a trifecta.
He hit a parlay yesterday. The guy's on fire as well, and he's a great plumber, too. He's a better plumber than he is a prognosticator, and he's pretty darn good at that. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes, absolutely free quotes. Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, 205-516-4927. 516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. Listen, all you guys in the Farmfolio chat room and on Twitter, you guys are sending me that Greg is from Pell City's on a roof right now in Alabaster. Jeremy Purvis can be in your house, changing out the faucets, the fixtures, repairing drips, making sure all the toilets work. Jeremy will take care of you. Got a great crew there, ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of the next round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
Okay, guys, here comes Valentine's Day, and you've got to check out Blakely's Bouquets in Homewood. Call Blakely's Bouquets today for your Valentine's order. You'll get $10 off a dozen roses. 205-579-4900. 579-4900. And remember, you don't just send flowers for Valentine's Day or when you're sorry. As Beth Dutton said on Yellowstone, you give them for no reason, buddy. No reason at all. Custom bouquets at Blakely'sBouquets.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jeff says, I can see Jimmy being Tammy Faye. Don't make me pull out my Jim Valvano quote book again.
Hey, so there's a movie on Tammy Faye with Jessica Chastain, right? Yeah. I heard it's pretty good.
And who plays the husband? Oh, Andrew Garfield.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What's it on?
It's on HBO. I get emotional. I think it's on HBO Max right now.
Oh, I might have to check that out.
Hey, do you guys like the actor... it's not who it is. I cannot say his name.
Dom DeLuise.
I always want to call him Jay Thomas, but it's not Jay Thomas. I wish he's on. He makes a. He's got a really small role in
Richard Lewis
Ozark. Hang on, I'll find out who it is. I think he's like an underrated actor, but he only plays bit parts.
The guy who comes in as the
hang on,
the investigator.
No. I don't like that guy.
Yeah,
that guy's gotten on my nerves.
What about the sheriff?
Don't get attached.
I'm not gonna give anything away. I've seen the whole season.
I've seen episode 1.
Yeah. Does that go down in episode 1?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You're going to have to give me a second. I'm pull this.
You're a little bit better than Dunaway is with these actors.
I am, but
not much. And meanwhile, part of the show being brought to you by, we've only got 25 minutes left, Brown.
I know.
Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg.
Hey, if you think of popping the question, go to our diamond specialist. That is Bromberg's Jewelers. Family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's established that solid reputation is a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry timepieces. 2 locations for you, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also visit their online store today. Go to Bromberg.com.
Thank you to Kelsey. She's right. Richard Thomas. Do you know what I'm talking about? Richard
he was
Thomas.
In the Waltons, yeah.
Yeah. I think he's just like a bit actor. All he does is play bit parts.
There's something slimy about him. I watched. Have you ever seen Wonder Boys?
I have not.
So we watched it the other night. Me
Michael
and Little
Douglas?
Man. Yeah, Michael Douglas, Tobey Maguire, Francis McDormand, but he plays a bit part. He was Francis McDormand.
Is it a Marvel movie?
It is
We're
not
the Wonder
Dunaway.
Boys.
Wonder Boy. It's based on Tobey Maguire. He's a fantastic writer, so he's a Wonder Boy. He's in college, and yeah.
I saw the Wahlbergs. Wahlberg has a movie coming out. They kept promoting that during our game.
Yeah, it's like an adventure movie.
Did you guys
with Spider-Man?
Did you see during one of the games they did the trailer for Ambulance? I think it's Jake Gyllenhaal.
That looks like a panic attack.
That looks like an awful movie.
They had the trailer when we went to see Spider-Man.
Awful. I mean, it looks. I can't express how bad that movie
looks. Yeah, they need to
looks.
go on and shoot Gyllenhaal and whoever's driving the ambulance in
What's
the
it
first
about?
scene and be done.
It's Michael Bay.
Is it like
it is a Michael Bay movie.
Yeah,
it is action.
Is it like Speed with?
It's like
they can't stop the ambulance.
To me, just from the trailer,
kinda.
just for the trailer, it's like Speed meets John Q. You remember the John Q, the Denzel movie where he's trying to get, his health care.
Transplant for his son.
A transplant for his son. Speed meets John Q is what it looks like. It looks awful. And they showed it during one of the NFL
But I think
games.
Michael Bay films have gone down and down and down. Like Bad Boys was pretty good. Armageddon was pretty good. And then they get less digestible.
Less believable.
I don't think he cares. I think it's a money grab for that guy.
Ugh. Gyllenhaal's a great actor, too. I don't understand it.
Couple of notes we haven't gotten to yet. Steve Adazio, offensive line coach at Texas A&M, was the O-line coach for Urban Meyer, a couple of national championships at Florida before he became a mediocre to not so good head coach.
Oh no, awful head coach. You were
He was
very
mediocre
kind.
at Boston
Negative.
College.
Steve Adazio was awful.
I think BC has about a 500 record.
Yeah, that's mediocre,
Yeah,
right?
I would agree with you.
Well, add in what he did at Colorado State.
Well,
We
that
can't
was
ignore
awful.
that.
Yeah,
He got
that's
ejected
awful.
in his
Colorado
last
State,
game.
I think we undervalue what Sonny Lubick did there.
I agree. Jim is going to
That has
discount
become
it.
a pit.
Jim will discount it as he has. But you've discounted Sonny Lubick before.
Yeah, I mean, he had 3 or 4 losses.
Doesn't he still have the steakhouse? Didn't we look that up one
We
time?
did. Sonny Lubick Steakhouse in Fort Collins.
I mean, Johnny Bench has a steakhouse.
Johnny Bench is
Everybody's got a steakhouse.
He's a Hall of Fame captain.
Who do you think the most random celebrity that has a steakhouse is? Because Mike Dick has got one. It's still up and operational.
Yeah. I mean, Harry Carey had one.
Oh, Harry
didn't
Carey
have
had a sports
it was
bar, and it's
sports bar.
awful. I've eaten at the
Yeah,
Harry
it
Carey's
is.
in Chicago.
Me
It's
too.
terrible.
Have you not eaten there?
No, I've never been to Chicago with you.
God, who is that guy?
Must be good looking.
Our man Travis Grappo's got a steakhouse now.
He does. He
This
does.
is good though.
Yeah.
He is.
Really good hostess.
You probably should tell everyone who's the hostess.
Oh, that's my daughter.
It's really,
Yeah,
it's
that's
really weird.
open-ended.
Yeah, it was
That was a Dunaway comment unless you follow that one
That
up.
was my
She's the
daughter.
hostess at the banquet y'all had?
No, you
Oh,
weren't
you
there. You
didn't
weren't
make
there.
it
I
to the
forgot.
Christmas party.
She was
Oh.
not. No.
We had a Christmas party we had to go to because we bailed on them 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
You'll get used to it.
All right, 3 things in the NFL. Tell me what you think is going to happen. Let's go first. Tom Brady. Do you think he quarterbacks anywhere next year or no?
I think he's retired.
I think he's retiring.
Yeah.
I think he retires too. How long does he play this out?
Oh,
It's
not
gonna be,
long.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to give up, but I would say within a week or two.
I think he's so selfish he'll drop it in the middle of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he'll be on the roster. He'll pull it in Adele before game 1.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Well,
Everybody's got COVID.
Who did something during the World Series? Somebody did something.
Alex Rodriguez.
Yeah, it was A-Rod, wasn't it? Yeah.
And by the way, he was at the Green Bay game with some hot
I
blonde.
know.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
was.
wearing Green Bay gear.
And he was kind of like poking on her back, popping her in the ass.
Yeah.
I noticed that.
Like if you're Alex Rodriguez, I guess you've got a jet waiting on you that dropped you there and it's waiting to fly
You'd
out
have to
right
think.
after.
I mean, did you see Ryan Fitzpatrick, though, the week before was in Buffalo, shirt off?
I did not see that.
Yeah, absolutely. With the Bills Mafia. So Tom Brady retires. I agree with that. Aaron Rodgers retires.
another team.
Retires Packers or another team?
Another team, probably. I don't know. I mean, I think it's 50-50, but I lean more that he comes back. I just hope he goes to the AFC. I really do.
Well, if he comes back, the Rams have their quarterback. The Chargers have their quarterback. 49ers, from that area. Vegas and the Raiders would be very popular.
Yeah. Depending on who that Vegas coach is going to be.
I saw Broncos were the most likely landing place for him.
You know, I saw mock draft. It might have been our man Daniel Jeremiah had the Broncos taking Kenny Pickett in the first round, like they're going to go another quarterback. It's not stop.
Just keep picking.
So yeah, if
You'll
you're the
get one.
Broncos, look at work with Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
So if you can get Aaron Rodgers, you give up everything you've got to do.
Paul likes Broncos for Aaron Rodgers. Charles says Rodgers to the Titans. They love him in Nashville.
I think he needs to go to Miami. It's nice and warm down there.
Not Tampa. I mean, Tom's already showed that you can win a Super Bowl there.
That roster's falling apart.
Yeah. Well, we can keep enough if we get Aaron Rodgers.
Go to Miami.
And then the last one is Sean Payton, which is catching a few Saints fans off guard on Sunday and Monday.
Yeah, he's ghosted the Saints. There were reports that he might be in line to go to the Fox booth if Troy Aikman leaves, which two parts there. Number one, I don't know how good Sean Payton would be in that. Number two, why would Troy leave? He's the best in the game.
He really is. I did see a report weeks ago that there was going to be a surprise coach that was going to leave early to go to the booth. Sean McVay was one of the guys mentioned.
No, there's no way there. He's on top of his game.
He turns 37 today. And then Sean Payton, well, they talked about it on the broadcast. And then Sean Payton, I could see that.
What'd you get Sean McVay?
Hadn't get him anything yet. He almost gave me a heart attack yesterday. But I could see Sean Payton shut it down if he had an opportunity to go to the booth. But also, I think Sean Payton has realized without a quarterback in this league, you can't really win.
That's right.
They were able to piece it together last year with Taysom Hill and then the year before with Bridgewater. But you've got to have an elite quarterback to be able to, get to a situation where you can win a championship. I think if he had an opportunity to go to another place, or imagine this, I wonder if Aaron Rodgers was like, I'm going to go to New Orleans, you stay put.
Yeah. A great play caller. It'd be fantastic. Cowboys has always been sort of his dream job with Dak.
Yeah, look, I think Jerry Jones would probably fire. Sean Payton seems like he wants more control, though, but would fire Mike McCarthy tomorrow if he could get Sean Payton.
Yeah. Interesting there with those three big names in the NFL. Their future is up in the air, but two games coming up this weekend to decide who plays in the Super Bowl. 2 o'clock on CBS, Bengals and Chiefs. The Chiefs open as a touchdown favorite at 7. 5:30 on Fox, 49ers and the Rams. The Rams opened as a 3.5-point favorite in that one. Should be an interesting run. Both home teams, the favorites, one by a lot, one by not a ton. Should be a fun weekend coming up, but it cannot beat what we saw this past weekend. When we come back, more on Auburn being number 1. LT will pull up Auburn's schedule and tell us when Auburn will lose their next basketball game. It's only been UConn so far, but now they got number 1, that little number beside your name that makes you a target. We'll talk about that when we come back. Part of the show is being brought to you by our friends right there at Cowan Equipment. Got a couple of Cowan Equipment poll questions we'll tell you about as well. Cowan Equipment, LT, great folks.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Biggest shocker to you, Auburn number 1 in the AP poll or Alabama unranked? Right now, 68% of you saying Alabama unranked is a bigger surprise to you. Who's going to win the Super Bowl? You got 4 choices now. Right now, Chiefs at 46%, Rams at 31%. You can go vote at Next Round Live.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook. Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots, with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
All right, the great folks at the University of Montevallo. Looking forward to spending the weekend down there on campus at Montevallo. Beautiful location right there in the heart of Alabama. Perfect place for your son or daughter to go to school. 75 majors. That list keeps growing to fit the changing world out there. 21 NCAA Division II scholarship sports at Montevallo. And a beautiful campus, according to Southern Living. Great tuition price point, according to U.S. News and World Report. Find out why you belong at Montevallo, montevallo.edu. Schedule that in-person tour, montevallo.edu. 14-to-1 student-to-professor ratio there. Perfect for your son or daughter to succeed academically. It's montevallo.edu. You got the Auburn schedule up?
I do, yeah.
When do they lose again? Because that's their only meeting with Kentucky. I don't know. I mean, Alabama in Auburn Arena, that doesn't look like a loss. Oklahoma in Auburn Arena, that doesn't look like a loss. Where do they lose?
Yeah, I think they've got 2 losses that are going to happen in the regular season, but I still think that's going to get them to, if I'm doing math, I think they're going to be 28-3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So they'd be 27,
10, 11,
20,
12. So they go 10-2. Yeah, 28-3.
28-3.
But they're
number
next,
1 seed easily at that point.
Oh yeah,
overall number 1.
Yeah, probably number 1 overall. I think, and there's going to be 2 games that's going to be close to a picket. I think their next loss comes February 8th at Arkansas.
At Arkansas, that hasn't been playing well. That team will get desperate at some point.
They've started to play better. They've won 4 consecutive games. They're 11-1 at home. They've got a ton of talent. I think Auburn right now would be like a 3 or 4 point favorite at Arkansas, but I think that's their first loss. And then their next one, I'll say
February 22nd at Tennessee.
Tennessee's
undefeated at home. Tennessee's a good basketball team.
Really good basketball.
That's going to be a tough game. So I think those are the two losses if you were to hold me to it. I think there's other tricky games. I think, Alabama can be a tricky game, although it's at Auburn Arena. I think at Florida could end up being a tricky game. At Mississippi State, they should win those games, though. I'm going to say 2 losses. Do you guys believe they will lose 2 out of their next 12 games?
Yeah, I don't think that's crazy to say. 28-3 is an incredible record. This is a good conference.
Yeah. It is a really good conference.
Yeah. And listen, there is something to say about, not winning them all going into the tournament. You don't want to necessarily have the huge win streak on your back going into the tournament when you're one and done at some point. And you get that inevitable bad shooting game or bad bounce game out of the way. Tom says, is LT saying Stafford is elite now? Are you saying Stafford is elite?
Did I say that? I can't figure Stafford out. I thought he was an elite quarterback in Detroit, and I thought he had this crap around him outside of Calvin Johnson. Everybody talks about the fact that he was 0-3 in the postseason. He was playing in Detroit. I see elite moments. I saw an elite quarterback playing yesterday. I really did. Yep. I saw an elite quarterback playing against Arizona. There are some baffling turnovers from Stafford that happened earlier this year. If he can clean that up, he's an elite quarterback, and we'll see. Stafford right now can create and cement his legacy if he wins 2 more games, the next 2 games.
100%. That's why they brought him into Los Angeles. Quick break here. Our final segment coming up where we put a wrap on the day. That is Auburn basketball at number 1. We'll hear one more from Bruce Pearl and put a final thought on this edition of the Next Round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
It's back, Birmingham! The O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wheels, February 4th through 6th at the BJCC. See wild, custom, and classic cars, feature cars, and exotics. Meet Eric Estrada, Punch from the hit TV show Chips, and from Street Outlaws, meet Kamikaze. Kids, get a free Hot Wheels car and enjoy Hot Wheels racing. Plus, meet your favorite costume characters. Don't miss the Super Show where you see one-of-a-kind vehicles from all over the country. Get discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. More details at worldofwheels.net.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Bruce Pearl's got the number one team in the country. This is him talking about his lottery pick, Jabari, and how he's such a role player on a team that runs 10 or 11 deep after they beat Kentucky this past weekend.
There are 9 really good players out there. And there are times when we got number 10 and you don't. And it was time for number 10 to step up and make a couple big shots and make a couple big plays. He's not afraid of the moment. Now, I got it. Jabari knows that because he holds himself to a high standard. When it gets to nut cutting time, he ain't afraid.
I love it when coaches go nut cutting time.
I love nut cutting time.
Such an accepted phrase in the coaching circles. And you say it out in general, it's like, I beg your pardon?
Yeah, nut cutting time, down to the short hairs.
Jeez.
That's what they say.
It's cows, yes.
Yeah.
Cows.
Yeah, cows. Anyway, so Jabari, not afraid of the moment, and Auburn gets the win over the weekend. And he had 14-7. Walker Kessler good, 19-7. And we've talked a lot of Auburn basketball today being number one in the country. That sound brought to you by our friends at Odie's.
Hey, it's a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible lunches and dinners for 30 years now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Enjoy this really nice weather. I think it's heating up to, didn't Jimmy Titan say it was like 55
59 today is what it's going to be.
Almost 60.
High atop the Blue Lake Center today. It'll get to be 59.
So enjoy this balmy weather. Sit outside on the patio. Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's Odie's Tavern. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today right there in Crestline Village.
I don't know if 59's balmy for me, but
that was my sarcasm. It's balmy from where it has been, and watching the NFL playoffs this weekend, it looks balmy.
Well, nut cutting weather was like this weekend.
All right, that's the show today from our beautiful Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. Thank you guys very much. Thank you, Bud Light, for our presenting sponsor. And Michelson today on the big screen behind us here. Thank you to Rockstar and Forrester for doing double duty. And thank you guys for being the best audience in all of the world. We're back tomorrow live at 9. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. Good night, Canada.
Jim Dunaway,